Sound check.
Sound check for the YouTube stream.
Okay, committee members, are we ready? Everyone's ready? Good. Good morning. My name is Ann McCauley, and I will be chairing the meeting today. Our panel members joining me are Mr. Said, Mr. Khan, and Mr. Stinson. We also have Committee of Adjustment staff on the right to us. So, our opening remarks, we start off with the land acknowledgement. For Scarborough, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis populations. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. After the land acknowledgement, Mr. Staff Member, are there any excused member absence from this meeting? Mr. Deputy Treasurer.
Through the chair, that question should be directed to the members.
Okay, members, are there any excused member absences from this hearing? We're all here. We have no excused absences, correct? Then, if we're all here, I need a
Through the chair, there are 5 members on this panel. There are 4 members present today.
Okay. Can I have a motion to excuse member absences?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval that the Scarborough panel of the Committee of Adjustment does not excuse any member absence from today's December 7, 2023 Committee of Adjustment hearing.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor?
Through the chair, you need to ask for a seconder on all motions.
Can I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion, Chair.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us.
Through the chair,
can't
you need to
hear.
indicate motion carried.
The motion is carried. I am getting a signal from the audience that they can't hear me. Okay. Ah. I'll raise my eyebrows too. That helps. Okay. So, in accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. The Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearings may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, our staff over here, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through Wendex are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of a decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Okay. Today, we will follow this hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the applicant does not require, when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must be emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confirm your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant and agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and to ensure that all those entitled to receive notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support or opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. That will mark the end of the discussion. The application then will be taken into the committee for a decision. Okay. For the morning session, before we start the session. Can I have a confirmation of the minutes of our last meeting? Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of minutes of our last meeting dated November 15.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Khan seconds the motion, so a motion has been moved by Mr.
Through-
Said, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That motion is carried. Secondly, for staff first, are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for items in the time shot?
Through the chair, there are none.
For committee members, are there any declarations of interest for the matters in the time shot? Seeing none from staff and none from committee members, there are no declarations of interest. Deferral requests. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through the chair, we have received 2 deferral requests for today's hearing. The first one is item number 9, 24 Rosemount Drive. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant in order to address concerns identified by the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority.
Thank you. I understand we have received a letter from the applicant requesting deferral. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the deferral only? Seeing none? Okay, what is the wish of the committee? Do we need to ask the applicant to confirm his letter?
Through the chair, you should check with staff to see if the applicant is on the line.
Okay. The applicant is on the line. So to the applicant, I understand you are requesting a deferral. Would you please confirm?
Through the chair, you may wish to ask for the name and address of the applicant before
Okay.
they speak.
Through the chair, Benan, you have been unmuted.
Would you please give,
I need deferral for 24 Rosemount.
yes, and your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
My name is Binan Henoudi.
And you are the applicant, correct?
I am the agent of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And you're requesting a deferral sine die, correct? You're-
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What is the wish of the committee? Do we grant deferral?
Through the chair, a member needs to put a motion. You need to request a motion from the committee.
Okay. Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a deferral request from the agent. Madam Chair, I therefore put forward motion for deferral of item number 9, and this deferral is sine die, just to give time to the applicant to address concern identified by TRCA.
Thank you. And do I have
I'll
a
second the motion.
I have a motion from Mr. Said and a second by Mr. Khan that item number 9 be deferred. And there are no speakers in the audience who wish to speak to the deferral. So that motion is now carried.
Through the chair, you need to take it to a vote before the motion gets carried.
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, we have a second one.
Through the chair, the last deferral request for today's hearing is item number 14, 5297 Lawrence Avenue East. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant in order to address concerns identified by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority.
Thank you. Before we speak to the applicant, is there anyone here in the audience who wishes to address the issue of deferral of the application for 5297 Lawrence Avenue East? Seeing none. Is the applicant online? Thank you. Mr. Applicant, would you please identify yourself?
Hello, my name is Rakim.
Okay,
I'm the agent. I'm asking for the deferred.
thank you. Do I have a motion from the committee regarding deferral? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the request of the applicant, I move this item number 14 be deferred, signed aye.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stinson. So at the motion of Mr. Hahn and the second by Mr. Stinson, that matter is recommended for deferral. All those in favor? Okay. That item number 14 is now deferred.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we will start with our first item on the agenda. You give me a minute to just pull that item up. It's item number 152 South Marine Drive. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? Okay. Would you come down to the podium, please? Just down here. I'll get you to move ready to speak, and I'll tell you when it's your opportunity to speak. Are either of you the applicant? Okay. We'll hear from the applicant first. Just take a seat. If you'll just give me a minute here, I'm getting used to all the machines I have in front of me here. So, this is a variance application for 52 South Marine Drive. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing detached two-story dwelling. The application had been previously deferred but not discussed. There are one variance to the application, and there are
Through the chair, there are actually two requested variances.
I have one on my agenda.
My apologies. This is for item number 1. The one on the screen is incorrect. Sorry. My apologies. You are correct. It's one variance being requested.
Okay. Previously, we had, I believe, 5 variances, but the applicant has amended his application so that we are now dealing with one variance, and that variance is to the maximum permitted floor area, and the proposed floor area is 362.14 meters squared, whereas the permitted is 268. Okay. And there is one condition of urban forestry if this application is approved. Is the applicant online?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Hello, can the panel hear me?
Yes, just a minute, please, sir. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting while I'm getting myself organized here. I seem to have a lot of pieces of paper in front of me. So, the applicant is online, and there are people in the audience who wish to speak after the applicant. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak?
Through the chair, there are none.
There's none online who wish to speak, thank you, other than the applicant. Okay. The applicant, would you please identify yourself with your name and your address? And you now have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Martin Mazurski, that's M. Mazurski, M-A-Z-I-E-R-S-K-I, the legal representative for the applicant on this file. And my address is 88 Scott Street.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to, yes, Madam.
Yes, I was going to ask, do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I appreciate it if we could still please go to the presentation that's posted as an October 18 filing. There's a 9-page PDF.
Staff, can you pull that up?
I believe it's posted as a supporting material.
I'm just going to comment that we have all this machinery that we're learning how to use. It's wonderful when it does work, but it does take us a few minutes to get it to work properly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is the very presentation. That's perfect.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Morning panel. I'm going to briefly summarize a little bit of the history here and where we are today. The application here has actually been deferred twice. The deferrals were meant to give the applicant time to revise the proposal in a manner that addressed some of the earlier neighbor concerns, and I believe perhaps some of the still outstanding neighbor concerns. There was also a second deferral that was simply meant to give the neighbors more time to look at the changes and to give the applicant some time to speak to the neighbors, which the applicant has attempted to do. That has had some mixed results, but has spoken to the neighbors since. Now, just to summarize the revisions, I think there's on page 3 of that PowerPoint, there's a history of the revisions. But what I'll summarize here is that the first set of revisions eliminate, the original proposal had 5 variances. What the applicant did on the first set of revisions, it eliminated the variances for front yard setback and side yard setback, in part because neighbors had concerns about the visibility, given that this is a corner lot. So there's a front porch that was getting redone before, there's some work being done at the front. Revisions have been made to alleviate some of those earlier concerns. There's also been changes that eliminated the height variance to address the neighbor concerns about the massing of the proposal. Now, the proposal is currently compliant with the height limit for a flat roof building. I know some neighbors won't like the fact that it's a flat roof, but please, there is no prohibition on flat roof buildings. It's simply that they have to comply with a lower height limit, which the proposal now does based on the revisions. The last thing that happened on the revisions is the FSI was reduced. And it's not really shown on the zoning notice, but to summarize for the panel, permitted FSI is 0.4. The previously proposed FSI was 0.56, so it's not written on the zoning notice. And the current proposed FSI is 0.51. Again, that's compared to a 0.4 permitted by the bylaw. The second set of revisions was filed later, just ahead of the second hearing that was also deferred. That didn't change any variances. There was no changes made at that time to the variances. But what the applicant did is, because there were still concerns about many of the mature trees on the lot, is the applicant pulled back a lot of the excavation work in the basement and redesigned a lot of the excavation on the basement level that wouldn't be reflected in variances. The front porch is no longer being excavated, and they've pulled back the corners on both sides of the rear to stay away from mature tree protection zones at the back of the property. These changes were meant to prevent any real injury or any actual risk of the trees ever having to be removed or seriously injured. And there's an arborist report filed with those revised plans ahead of this last hearing. Again, I believe it was an October 18 filing. The arborist report explains that none of those mature trees will have to be removed. None of them are being seriously threatened whatsoever. Again, those changes were done not to change variances, just to protect the mature trees. Just to quickly summarize the current status of proposal, we're really down to just the FSI. The proposal is compliant with coverage, all the height requirements, all the wall height requirements, maximum number of stories, which is 2, all minimum setback requirements, front, side, rear, all landscaping requirements, and all the platform-related requirements. The addition to the footprint of the building on the addition of the house is limited to the rear of the existing home. Again, despite the additional height, the proposal will continue to be a 2-story structure as defined by the bylaw. And the new revised foundation plans eliminate new foundation footprint within the tree protection zone of mature trees. Now, a couple other things to keep in mind here on this proposal is the FSI here is just a number. If the FSI was reduced numerically to an addition of the addition of the second story could still present in the very same way from the street, and therefore have the same exact effect on the neighborhood character as what is being proposed. And we're really just at a number right now because everything about the envelope is permitted. And the trees that the applicant is working so hard to protect will obstruct much of the view of the size of the home for much of the year, also protect the views from those platforms that the neighbors are concerned about. Last thing I want the tribunal to please keep in mind is planning staff did not object to the current proposal and did not object to the prior proposal, which had those additional variances. The forestry department also does not object to the current proposal, merely requests a condition, and did not object to the prior proposal, despite the fact that they're actually closer to the trees because of how unlikely the trees were to be harmed even by the prior proposal. Last thing is the applicant is adding to add one condition at the back of the house. There's a platform that's closer to 50 South Marine Drive at the rear on the second story. The applicant, even though it hasn't been requested by planning, after some discussions with that neighbor, who I understand is still objecting on other grounds, or maybe is still objecting, the applicant is proposing to add a condition to a platform that doesn't trigger a variance at the back of the second story, a side privacy screen to protect that neighbor's privacy because she had some concerns. Again, no variances there, but just wanted to go a little bit beyond what's required to protect that neighbor because they had some concerns about the platform.
Sir, can you wrap that up? You're at your 5-minute limit.
Yes. Thank you, Master. I was watching my clock. I just wanted to cover that condition. Thank you very much, panel. That's all for my comments. I'm happy to respond to any questions or to any concerns raised by the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Applicant, for highlighting the history of the case. As far as the previous consideration or the history is concerned, I think the committee is aware of that the proposal was deferred twice, and there was a time when there was 5 variances, and in the last meeting it came with only 1 variance. So let's take up from there. Yes, you have met the requirements of height, wall heights, or coverage, platforms, all that. But when the committee deferred this proposal in its last meeting of October 18, the request for deferral and the timing was given to you to go back to the community members and to address their concern. And that was the reason of deferral. So we will take it from there when there was 1 variance, and the variance was the floor area. Again, today's application is coming back to the committee with the same variance with the floor area, and I don't see any change over there. So I would have much appreciated if you have taken it from that point and have informed us that how the latest changes are there in the floor area and how you have tried to mitigate the concern of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So if I may, and thank you for the question. I did go back to the neighbors. I asked staff for email information for the two nearest neighbors. I figured the most affected. The condition that I asked at the member there, sir, is requested because of one of the conversations of one of the neighbors. It was a concern about the platform. That's why that condition was added. It wasn't part of what we were speaking about last time. I try to alleviate some of the other neighbors' concerns, but I also noticed that beside the massing, which respectfully I think has been reduced materially since the original proposal and is consistent with the character, I realized that some of the concerns weren't, and I've read the objection letters as well, and I've had conversations. I don't believe some of the concerns are related to the variances, and I'm happy to address that after the other neighbors have spoken. But again, I realized that some of the concerns really weren't related directly to what the variance is. So outside of that platform, Sarah, and the condition adding the privacy screen, there was really little I could do to address some of those concerns. And I'll mention one of the other neighbors, the other nearest neighbor, I wasn't able to get a hold of because he did not want to share his contact information with me. Again, I reached out to staff about that, Sarah, and I wasn't able to get in touch with him.
Okay. Any more questions, Mr. Said? No. Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question is very simple. Sir, you have one variance in front of us, and that variance is 22% high than the maximum requirement. How do you justify its minimum?
So I justified in the fact, sir, that as everybody knows in much of the city, our zoning bylaws are very old. Many of them, the standards are about 40 years old in most cases. When the bylaw was updated in 2013, the standards are simply rolled in from the old bylaw to the new one. That's why many of these proposals end up having FSI limits. The city, as a planning lawyer who monitors these things, sir, I can tell you has already eliminated FSI limits for multiplexes and is currently undertaking studies to eliminate FSI limits from all other proposals. Though again, that's further away and of course not directly impacting our proposal here today. One more thing on that. So these limits are a little bit outdated, sir, but again, every other standard that the bylaw regulates massing with, we have complied with. And on the 22% number, sir, respectfully, and I appreciate how you've taken that, the proposed versus the existing, but from the FSI standard, we're really at 51% versus 40%. So I think maybe that's a slightly different way of looking at that relative to the size of the lot, which is how the bylaw does regulate it, respectfully.
Any further questions, Mr. Hahn? Any further questions? Okay. Any further questions?
Through the chair, you may wish to speak closer to the mic so everybody can hear you.
Thank you. Okay, the members in the audience. I have two members listed on my chart. Whichever one wants to go first, would you go to the mic at the podium? Turn it on.
Hi. Do I have to hold down the button or just leave it? Okay. Hi.
Okay. Can I have your name and address, please?
Yes, hi. My name is Pat Hewitt. I live at 50 South Marine Drive. It's the property to the west of the applicant. And I'm just wondering if you're able to bring up my letter that was sent in on November 30th. It actually contains a photo on the first page of our property and our street. Is that possible or?
Staff, do you bring up that?
Through the chair, I'm just looking for it.
Okay, it'll take us a minute.
Oh, that's okay.
Do you want to wait for it to show up? Are you you're addressing that photo, are you?
Well, it'll kind of, I can talk, but yeah, so you can see the photo would probably help, but I can keep going if you like. Basically, I'm opposed to the large size that the applicant is proposing. I'm disappointed that he's only come down a small amount in the size and the footprint of the home, which I feel would be an excessive violation of the existing bylaw, and so I don't believe it can be considered minor. The applicant proposes to expand the home to about just under 3,900 square feet, or 2.75 times the size of the original home based on the original ads by the builder, which I've also included in that letter. There's already been a previous addition to this home behind the garage that wasn't original to the home. What the applicant is asking for is to add almost 860 square feet, or the average size of a condo, to the property beyond what the bylaw allows. As you mentioned, it would be about 32% more floor space above what the bylaw allows. And I just argue the applicant's request for a variance breaches the intent and substance of the bylaw, and I submit the request for the variance should be rejected. It's fine for the applicant to say things are changing, but this is the bylaw that is in effect. Most of the homes on our street, oh, you can see the picture there. So I'm the black and white house, and then the applicant is to the right. And you can see, like, already that house is larger in height than most of the nearby houses going down our side of the street. So that's why I wanted you to see the photo. Okay, so to get a variance, it has to meet several tests. I'm sure you're all familiar with those, so I don't have to go too deep into that. But are the variants desirable for the appropriate development of the land? It's not a huge property, and other homes on our street have been built according to the bylaws. The size and mass of the proposed structure is substantially beyond neighboring homes. Is the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and bylaw maintained? The rules are intended to balance what could be built on a plot of land with the effect on neighboring properties. Building an excessively large home doesn't solve the city's housing crisis. The current owner owns 8 properties and rents them out. It's not clear if this is going to be, and this is part of the neighbor's concerns, an Airbnb, a multi-tenant residence, a rooming house. He has said he intends to live there, but just the layout of the house is raising concerns with multiple bathrooms, an elevator, a gym, a theater room, and I'm personally concerned about excavations. But going back to the tests, do they meet the, does the plans meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Well, according to the city's official plan, the character of neighborhoods, blocks, heights, massing scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residential properties and prevailing types must be maintained. But the proposed massing scale, type of dwelling, and the lack of landscape open spaces that will be remaining after the tenant or the owner goes back another like 8 meters and then puts a deck behind that. There's not going to be a lot of land there to absorb drainage. I'm concerned about drainage and flooding on my property. I also have a pool next to the property, so I have construction concerns. But how much time do I have? Better hurry up. So let's see. We are concerned about, like, we're on the bluffs, across the street from the bluffs. They're a bit unstable. We're concerned about the effect on construction. But we're also concerned, like, if this does become a rooming house, what's going to happen to our community? If there's going to be an increase in crime and that sort of thing, noise, where are people going to park? Extra water use and that sort of thing, extra stress on city services. So basically I remain opposed, so that's sort of it. I have other photos if you want to scroll down, of the Brighton, which is, I believe, the original plans for the house, which was, I think it says, it's quite a bit smaller anyways. You can take a look at it yourself. You probably already have. So anyways, that's my presentation. I hope, it's just a giant house it's going to dwarf all of our houses. It's going to make them look very small. And I've also been told, by a couple of real estate agents who I cold called, what would happen to the value of my property. And they said I would probably lose a quarter of the value of my home if I ever had to sell, because no one wants to live next door to a rooming house. So, you know, the applicant may say he wants to live there. We just don't know, and we're concerned about the future of the property.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you very
today.
much. Would you stay there for a minute?
Oh, okay.
Is there any questions from the committee members to the speaker? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your, that presentation. It was very well done. If I heard you correctly, the number one issue for you and this concern you have is the size.
Well, the variance the applicant is requesting is now down to just the size of the property. So it's the original size of the home. It's almost 3 times the amount, based on, and I'm going on the original builder's plans, which I've included in my email, for properties in our area. So, you know, the huge house suddenly that's closer to my property they'll be, you know, looking over into my property. There'll be a loss of sunlight, a loss of privacy, a loss of view. I'm concerned about my trees. The applicant's arborist report now says he wants to injure trees on my property, and I've spoken to the applicant's lawyer, who's made the presentation today, as well as tried to speak to the applicant. And neither of them, they said, oh, a little trimming, but they couldn't say exactly, like, if they'd be cutting it down to the fence line, which would involve, you know, some of my trees would be like dead, because they would be just stems. I'm also concerned my pool is right beside the fence. Heavy digging, the route of construction, they've told me, would be between our properties, and I'm sure there's pictures either on the application or in my my letter or my previous letters. It's a very small area. There's a fence between us, and they have a gate. They have a few steps going down into their backyard, and they have a tree blocking that. So the construction route would be on my property. So I'm worried about damage to my home, backfill, flooding, construction damage to my pool, long-term flooding on my property. Like, you know, and I've not been able, despite spending an hour on the phone with the applicant's lawyer and having 2 minor conversations with the applicant himself, who doesn't live there and doesn't have a connection to our neighborhood.
Thank you. Can you wrap that up?
Okay, you asked my concern, so that was my concern, sorry.
Do you have any other questions? Okay. I have a statement here. Are you aware that there is a condition of urban forestry by which the applicant has to submit his forestry plans and preservation to urban forestry? They have to approve it, and he has to get a permit. So it's not just up to him. Okay. I do know that urban forestry will look at the properties and trees on the adjacent property, okay, and that is part of that whole approval process.
Because he also wants to rip out like it's cedar trees, right? And there's cedar trees on his side, and I'm worried about the roots. Like my pool pipes are there, and my gas
forestry.
pipes.
We're not foresters. Yeah. The urban forestry department is foresters. Okay. They look at all of those things, and we'll have to give consideration to the trees, the limbs, the roots, what's on your property, what's on his property, and what is the actual condition of the trees.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to warn you that the only thing that they do look at, though, would be trees that would be affected by this application. Okay. So if there's a tree in the front lawn, for example, and he's not doing anything on the front lawn, they'll not be looking at that. They'll only be looking at what the variance is for and the extension of the house.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Any other questions from my committee members? No?
Okay, thank you for hearing from me today. I appreciate it. Because
Thank you.
we will, like, the neighbors will all have to live with the results and the fallout of whatever decision and whatever construction happens.
I'm glad to hear that you have entered into contact with them. That is good.
Thank you.
Can I have the next speaker, please? Again, your name and address?
Good morning, everyone. My name's David O'Brien. I live at 54 South Marine Drive, which is immediately north of the property. Pat, thank you very much for showing your concerns. I'm not going to repeat. I completely agree with everything that Pat said. She put it together quite well. I would like to reiterate one thing that's most important to me, and that is the intent of the variation. Okay, so in looking at the plan, it doesn't look like a single-family home, as Pat said, with elevators and cinemas and all this kind of stuff. A typical single-family homes, which was the original intent of the lot, don't have such things. Okay, so I'm concerned about that. Like, what is the intent? Is it going to be multifamily? As Pat said, is it going to be a rooming house scenario? And I'm concerned about the impact on the neighborhood in terms of additional people, additional cars, and so on and so forth, what that'll do to our neighborhood. I think Pat spoke very passionately about how we feel about Gilwood. It's a marvelous place to live. I've been there for over 20 years, brought up 3 sons there. Okay, it's a marvelous place to live. And I do understand that change is inevitable. Okay, I understand that. But I just think that change has to be very carefully thought out and understood. Okay, so that's really all that I want to say. But I'm just concerned about the intent of the variation. Lastly, I would like to apologize to the applicant because he did reach out to me to talk personally about things, and I just thought that was a little strange, that there would be conversations on the side that would be outside the preview of these sessions. I just thought that was a little strange. I thought that any such conversations should be public and within the preview of these proceedings, and that's why I didn't. That's why I did not want to speak privately.
Okay, thank you. We understand that while we get all these applications and become quite familiar with them, they're very new to the people in the community. The applicant is encouraged to speak to the residents in the area. That's part of the purpose of the sign, so that you know that something is happening, and we do encourage that conversation.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, so thank you.
Okay. And are there any questions of the speaker from the panel members? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Take a seat. Okay, to the applicant, do you wish to make a rebuttal?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to provide a couple of answers. Thank you very much. So to address one of the common theme between those two, between two neighbors, I've read the objection letter, so I was aware of this, and my client has heard about the concerns about an Airbnb or rooming house. I don't want to confuse what's being requested here, which is an FSI variance, with a request for a rooming house or an Airbnb. The applicant is not requesting a rooming house. It's not requesting an Airbnb. There's other rules in the city that regulate them and govern them. There's also some rules, I believe, about this would have to be still a primary residence in the city of Toronto to be an Airbnb. So there's other things that regulate that. None of what would be approved today, should the panel choose to approve it, would permit either any of those things or make any of those things more likely. What I also wanted to add is, if the applicant wanted to build a multi-unit, they could wait until the city updated its Section 900 exceptions, and then they could build a multiplex on that lot without any FSI limit whatsoever. So if this was a multiplex and they waited a little bit for city to update its bylaw, they could build a multiplex without an FSI variance, but that's not what they're requesting. So I think the neighbors' concerns are a little bit misdirected. The drainage issues, I heard that mentioned. Just wanted to reiterate, there's no lot coverage or no soft landscaping minor variances on this file. Those are the two really provisions that are meant to regulate the amount of soft landscaping and to address those issues. The construction issue in general, the neighbor's pool and the owner at 50 South Marine Drive is worried about the pool and the unstable bluffs. Again, these are not zoning issues. These are building code issues. These are potentially civil issues about, potential building close to that pool. But again, those are unrelated to the variances. Construction on this lot could happen, variance without variance. those construction issues are not related to the fact that there's an FSI variance being requested. There's a comparison made to the old house and the other houses on the street. So what I wanted to point out is the old house is a 2-story, and the new building qualifies as a 2-story under the bylaw, which I mentioned before. The bylaw does not prohibit 2-story builds. It does not prohibit 2-story builds at this height. Now, as opposed to some of the other neighborhood properties, I understand that there's certain neighbors that have bungalows and splits on the street. There hasn't been a lot of development on this particular street. But there's nothing in the bylaw that says that if certain neighbors haven't built 1-story build, haven't built beyond a 1-story or beyond a split on that street, or hasn't been a lot of that on the street, then suddenly the other property shouldn't be able to build to an allowable height limit. And all this is doing is really building to the allowable height limit. So again, respectfully, I get neighbors sometimes want a neighborhood to really stay stagnant and to stay the way it is, and they might like the 1-stories and splits, but the city doesn't regulate that. The official plan doesn't require it. The official plan allows for some change in the neighborhood, some gradual change, but some change in the neighborhood. The tree concerns, again, I've noted the forestry department is aware of all the trees. They've attached conditions for private trees. There's protected trees. And I believe those are shrubs on the property at 50 South Marine Drive. I've spoken to the neighbor about that and tried to sort something out, and whether this is approved or not, we can still have discussions. But again, the construction, when I mentioned that the foundations were pulled back on the side, on both corners, so that's on the east corner and the west corner, the foundations in the latest plans were actually pulled back away from those shrubs and away from the neighbor's pool, in fact, as a part of the latest provisions meant to protect the mature trees on the lot. So again, that's really all my, one last thing. I think neighbors raised something about views. Again, I'm not quite sure what the views concern was. There's the property next door is compliant with all the setbacks, it's compliant with height. It's a city property. There's a 2-story building on a city lot. You will see it, but there's nothing that this building does, no way that I believe it impedes in any inappropriate way on the neighboring properties. Again, it fits within the permitted envelope, the only variance being the FSI. So that's all for my answers. Unless the panel has more questions for me, that'll complete my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions for? Yes, Mr. Han.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I want to ask a very simple question with a very brief answer. Sir, did you had a meeting or meetings with the area neighborhood and the people who have raised the questions? They were in the meeting.
Out of the 2 people that spoke today, sir, at the presentation, I had a conversation with the first neighbor from 50 South Marine Drive, and Pat Hewitt. I had a conversation with her. I believe she mentioned it. We spent some time on the phone. And the second neighbor, Mr. O'Brien, from just north of the property, I aimed to reach out to the 2 closest neighbors. The neighbor just north of the property, Mr. O'Brien, as he explained, was asked to provide his contact information to me, but felt uncomfortable with the process, so he did not share his contact. And again, he apologized for that, but we did not have a chance to converse, even though I made the attempt, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Committee? Okay. Committee, are you ready to take this matter into the committee for deliberation? Okay. So do I have any comments? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the applicant, also both the speakers who are here for all that elaborations. Madam Chair, I think there have been there was some breakage of communication between the parties concerned. The variance before the committee today is there is only one variance, and that speaks about the permitted floor area, and the applicant is asking exceeding about 80 square meters. Yes, that is the floor area. As regard the other concern raised over here regarding the trees issues or the drainage issues or the site properties very close to that, especially one of the applicant, I do appreciate the material provided by the applicant was very good with the pictures. There is a swimming pool next to the property, may be affected, but those are the things which are not regulated by today's hearing. So in my opinion, Madam Chair, I have got good impression that the applicant has tried over the period to reduce the variances. There was a time when there was 5 variances to the height and yard setbacks and all those, which has been resolved appropriately. And the variance was reduced from 5 to only 1. And even the 1 variance was reduced from 397 to 282 square meter. So that's a good sign. Yes, a 2-story building is allowed in the area under the bylaw. The height is compatible. It's allowed under the bylaws. So with that, Madam Chair, I feel that the application is in a good shape now. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, or are we ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
We don't have a motion yet. Mr. Sayed, were you proposing to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the other members don't have any comments, I can put forward motion for approval of item number 1, and this will be subject to the urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. And Mr.
I will second the motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Mr. Sayed and seconded by Mr. Han. Approval of this application. All those in favor? Okay, the application is approved, subject to the conditions of urban forestry. It's carried.
And Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who participated, to the applicant and to the residents.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we're outside of, this has already been completed, this item.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Applicant. I'm informed that the matter is finished. I would encourage you to continue to speak to the residents, and you have received approval subject to the forestry condition. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're now moving on to the next application. The next application is 255 BIRKDALE Road. Give me a minute to pull that up for me. Thank you for your patience. The second application is 255 BIRKDALE Road. The purpose of the application is to convert the basement into a secondary suite with a walkout, and there are 2 variances requested. Is the I'm just checking. I have no conditions from any of the agencies with this. Is the applicant online?
Through the chair, we do not have the applicant, but we do have the owner.
Okay, we have the owner online.
Through the chair, community planning is recommending conditions.
Thank you. Okay, I have the owner listed as a Mr. Dale. Is that who's online? Thank you very much. One moment, Mr. Dale. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application for 255 BIRKDALE Road? Seeing none. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to 255 BIRKDALE Road? Seeing none. Okay, let's proceed. To the owner, do you wish to make a presentation? And if so, you have 5 minutes.
At this time, I do not wish to make a presentation.
Okay.
Through the chair,
the
can
proposal
I
is-
can I ask that when you bring on speakers, ask for their name and address for the record?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name and address, Brandon Dale. I live at 255 BIRKDALE Road, Scarborough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dale. And I understand you don't want, you do not wish to make a presentation. Committee members, do you have any?
Through the chair, there is the agent that's registered as a speaker. You may wish to ask them if they'd like to speak.
I understand that the agent is not online.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Okay. Okay. So we're back with you, Mr. Dale. And committee members, do you have any questions for Mr. Dale? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Dale has opted not to have any presentation. Mr. Dale, a very short question. Although I am sure there is no urban forestry condition with us, but in the material I can see there is a big mature tree in front, and you have the parking in front too. So just wanted to have a reconfirmation from you that this tree is safe.
Yes, nothing will be conducted in the vicinity of that tree, definitely not within the tree protection zone. So yeah, you pulled up the photo here. You can see the driveway is on the left. It is all in an existing condition. This variance is due to a reduction in the space of the carport for the walkout stairway, but it doesn't affect anything with the tree at this time, this proposal.
Okay.
Thank you for confirmation.
Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I want to ask the question to Mr. Dale. Sir, you're converting your basement into a suite now. And although you have been given okay by the transportation services, you will have extra vehicle. How do you accommodate in front when it is not allowed?
So there's two parking spaces, right? So one in the carport and one just outside. I only have one car at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dale, are you aware of the CP conditions?
Yes, they were emailed to me before the meeting.
And are you also aware that we've been asked to tie our decision in this application with the site plan?
Yes.
And you're good with that?
Yeah, so you mean the construction must meet the site plan in order for compliance? Is that what you're saying? Or
Yes, that's correct. That the decision is tied to the site plan that you submitted, so that you can't
Yes.
deviate from that.
Understood. Yes, understood.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. There is no one else to speak on this matter. Are you ready to take this matter into committee? Yep. Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a pretty straightforward application. The good thing is the tree in front is safe. The applicant has confirmed that. as well as the applicant is aware of the community planning conditions. So, and the variance before the committee, to my opinion, they are minor in nature and they are appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So do I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item number 2, subject to community planning recommendations.
Through the chair, there's also transportation services condition as well that's being recommended.
I will add in my motion the transportation section.
My apologies, my
There are-
apologies.
I don't see there, right?
You're correct. That was the other item. I apologize.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Chair, I'd like to second the motion.
thank you. Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Saeed, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried, and that is subject to the condition of community planning. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 3. Item 3 is 23 Fulham Street in Agincourt. It's taking me a minute, sorry. Okay. Item number 3 is 23 Fulham. It's to demolish the existing dwelling and to construct a new 2-story dwelling. The application was previously deferred. I think it was deferred to ensure that we had all the, that all the variances that were required have been identified. And there are 8 variances together with this application. Is the applicant online?
Through the chair, we have the owner.
Thank you.
Hi.
I have the owner is Mr. Boulevard. I may not
Correct,
be.
yes.
Okay. One moment, sir. I want to see if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter. There is. Would you please come down to the podium? Thank you. Okay. This matter was before us, I think, last month, and a deferral was requested so that you could identify all the variances required. We have comments from Transportation Services that they are satisfied with the driveway width and the driveway and the garage width, but they ask that it be built in accordance with the plan. And then we have a comment, a written comment from one of the residents who possibly is here today. Do you wish to make a presentation, sir?
Through the chair, Mohammed, Mr. Bolat, please don't press anything on your end.
Yeah, no, sorry, I don't have a presentation. I'm okay with what was submitted.
Okay, thank you very much. Then can we hear from the person in the audience?
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Sheila White. I reside at 14 Murray Avenue, and I did submit a presentation of slides, 10 slides, on November 8th. So if they could be called up, I can begin my remarks.
I think, Madam, we have seen those slides, quite familiar with
Good.
the issue of the fence and the I guess close strangling vine is the issue of deterioration with the fence. Are you aware that the applicant has been discussing this matter with the counselor?
Yes, I am. I asked the counselor to contact the applicant. I've been trying to deal with this fence issue for a couple of years, and now I have my 5 minutes to outline it for you, although I do understand that your secretary is going to indicate that this is not in your purview. It does not fall within Committee of Adjustment, but I'm happy to report that the counselor's assistant phoned me today to say that Transportation Services and the Right-of-Way Department are going to perhaps address this, but I'd still like to get my comments on the record.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to tell us all about this fence and vine.
Thank you very much. My concern is the chain link fence on the property's northern boundary. You see the chain link fence marked on the applicant's drawing. It abuts a public walkway. It's the walkway I took to school in 1960 from kindergarten to grade 8 when the path was made of cinder before it was paved and the fence was installed. It used to look good, but has become an eyesore and a problem due to the property neglect next door at 23 Fulham. I alerted my counselor to the fence issue, and I see he is supportive of the applicant taking responsibility for achieving a remedy as part of this approval process. Staff reports offered no comment on the fence. This is an aging and orphaned piece of infrastructure that needs to be removed. And if we can look at slide 2, you'll see that the entire fence from Fulham to Brimley is completely entwined and choked with dog strangling vine, DSV. You can see pods of this prolific and unwanted spreader starting to seed. 3 bags was a fraction of what I hauled out of there with disposal help from the city because DSV shouldn't be composted. It has to be landfilled. Slide 3 will show the previous owner that permitted me on the property to attack the invasive plant was dominating the lot and fence line and furthering the contamination of the neighborhood. So here's a good look on the left at the view that the school children take to walk to and from C.D. Farquharson School from this drop-off location. And here's a look at the cleaned fence. I think we're on to the next slide now. Still, there's no getting around that the chain link fence is problematic. The photo on the left shows the problem between the existing garage and the chain link fence. So if we could move to the next slide, you'll see that there's a little distance between the garage and the chain link fence. Fast forward to the summer of 2023, derelict 23 Fulham has been a source of community complaints for a decade, so it's a good thing that it will finally be made into something. I look at this image, if we could see the next slide, from the summer and immediately get reminded of the length of time 23 Fulham has remained untended. I think it's in everyone's best interest to not have this ugly fence here. It's better for the applicant, better for the community, and better for the environment that the entire thing be gone and beautification replace it. The fact that the application has come to this committee means exceptions are being sought, and they are not insignificant variances that are being sought. Therefore, I think it is quite reasonable to expect community impact to be considered and acted upon in connection with this application. Removing the fence in its entirety is a relatively small request in the scope of the whole project, which is a luxury home, again, with the elevators, etc. Slide 6 is a view looking west on this path, so that's the slide we were just on. The slide previous is a view looking west on this path, and this fence is nothing but a rusty old impediment. Although as you look forward, you can see the tips of the trees to the historic heritage home that was designated Harris White House. Now is the time and opportunity for the boundary line to be renewed and made pleasant again for everybody. And if this chain link fence isn't taken down now and the dog strangling vine removed in an environmentally responsible manner, this eyesore and massive infestation can never truly be attacked and solved. The next slide, and the next two slides contain advice from the Ontario's Ministry of Natural Resources pointing out the threatened extinction of the monarch butterfly as a result of this DSV. And the next slide tells about the need to avoid the use of DSV in landscaping, to learn to identify and manage it, to dispose of it in the garbage. It has no redeeming qualities as a plant, and that's a quote. The next slide shows that it is possible to keep DSV at bay. I speak from experience. I adopted 8 sites that year. Garden Parquet was one of them, and I went to the obliging company whose parking lot abuts the walkway to get help and met with success, and it's continued to stay clear. In conclusion, slide number 10, my particular concern is the home's relationship to the public asset to the north, the walkway, and my main wish is to remove the chain link fence and the invasive DSV and weeds, I'm talking chest-high thistles, add landscaping beautification on the public-facing side. And I'd also hope that the side yard is kept the required distance away from the public walkway, that soft landscaping and green space requirements are met to avoid excess pavement on the site, that felled trees are replaced, and that the balcony facing the public walkway could be made less imposing. And I think I've made my time right on almost to the second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. White. Yes, we appreciate your concern. We appreciate your comments here. It is, you're aware, has nothing to do with the variance, and therefore it's not in our purview, but we do encourage you to continue to talk to the applicant and to the councillor about the cleanup of the property and the removal of the dog strangling vine and the fixing of the fence.
And may I just thank you for your time, and I'm gratified to hear that the applicant is cooperative and will help to restore that pathway to a thing of beauty.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter? No? Okay, committee. Where are we? Committee, the applicant did not make a presentation.
Through the chair, you may wish to ask the applicant if they wish to, for rebuttal.
Sir, do you wish to make any further comments?
No, thank you to the committee. Thank you to Sheila. We are working with the councillor. Obviously, we do not plan on keeping the fence like that or that strangling vine. Our intent is to kind of upkeep that property and do what we need to make it look better for the community and our street. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your commitment to that. Committee, do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Applicant, with respect to the conditions, are you aware of the UFS, TS?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Okay, I want to check in. Thank you.
Thank you. You're okay with the conditions? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the applicant for giving the presentation. Madam Chair, as you mentioned, most of the points were about the fence and cleanup beside that fence area and all that. Madam Chair, the variance, I'm coming toward the variances which are before the committee today and which I am looking at. We have 8 variances, and I want to have some elaboration on that from the applicant. There are certain variances which are apparently, for example, the floor space area, the applicant asking over and above 150 square meter. The lot coverage is exceeding 7%. There is a building height variance, allowed is 9, and the applicant is asking close to 10. And similarly, there are side walls height variances are there. So with these, a number of variances there, not the number, I mean the impact of these variances. Could the applicant elaborate on this, and what are the triggering factors for asking these exceedings as compared to the permission by the bylaws?
Okay, to the applicant. Mr. Said has identified 3 of the variances and said that they are significant. Would you please comment on them?
Can I have my my architect? He's on the call as well. If he could be unmuted, he can address those specifically. I think he's dialed in. His digits are 4104.
Through the chair, I don't believe the applicant has registered as a speaker. The architect is not registered as a speaker. So we are not able, you are not able to.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're going to have to answer the questions without the assistance of your architect.
Sure. I'll try my very best. But,
Okay.
I'm not kind of an expert on that. What we were intending to do is to make sure that the property is kind of in line, consistent with the street, right? So, I currently live on the very same street as well, on the last house of the street, and because there's a condominium coming up, this is why we're building this house to kind of mimic what we have already on that street. So that was kind of the intent behind the plan that we were trying to achieve. So that's kind of the overall objective for us with this plan and this new dwelling. So that's what I know kind of overall, right? But if I can just, and then if I could text my architect, if he could send me something.
Okay. You text your architect, and I know that Mr. Hahn had a question as well. Perhaps we'll go to his question while you're texting and get an answer. Yes? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question through you is about, we have 8 variances in front of us, and my specific question is about variance number 5. Sir, your platform 22.65 meters square as against the allowable 4 meters square. Do you have any concern or any respect for your neighbors for their privacy? Because you'll have windows at the second level, and it's the question that I have. How do you address the privacy of others, especially the house number 25, which is on the north side?
Okay, to the applicant. Yes, would you?
So just north of the property is we have the walkway, so there's no immediate neighbor. Regarding that fence that we were addressing previously in the comments, that's there's that chain link fence over there, and then there's a walkway over there. So there's a significant distance between house number 23 and 25 on the north side. So there's not an immediate neighbor, there's that walkway, and so that's not going to affect them from our design studies.
Respectfully, I have to address variance number 1 and 2. You are high, 18% in both cases. They are not minor. How do you justify that I should consider them minor?
And we're still dealing with the platform?
I'm okay with the platform, yes.
Yes, okay. I'm just getting clarification that.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, so to the applicant, how do you justify the magnitude of the variance for the platform?
This is the lot coverage, the overall lot coverage. Are we talking about that?
I believe we're just discussing the platform at this stage.
No, madam, that question is addressed. He said he has taken care of it. It's okay.
Okay. So your concern with the platform has been he's addressed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sayed, has the applicant fully addressed your issues with the overall size of the house? I don't believe he was.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to say I haven't got answers to any of my question about the exceeding limits. Unless the applicant do tell me, or I wonder if I have as a question, okay, so the adjacent property, I'm looking at that, the street view. Do you have any idea what's the height of the next building, next property to your proposed property?
Okay, to the applicant, some more questions about the height and size of the building.
No, I don't have that information.
Okay, that's fine. Because I see there is the next property is also a 2-story building. But your one is also two-story building, and it's exceeding the bylaws. It's 9.73 meter, which is, and then again, Madam Chair, the floor space exceeding to 150 square meter is a big variance, which I believe I cannot classify it as a minor variance. It's in my opinion.
To the applicant, when we turn our minds to the floor space index, which is 6.16 times the gross floor area versus 5 times, and it results in a very large 428 square meter building. Can you address how you are justifying that?
What I would say is that the drawing of this house is quite consistent with some of the new developments on our street. So on our street and in the neighboring streets, we've had in the recent years some houses being built, and the design is consistent with the face of the street and kind of the new properties being built on our street and along Pitfield as well. So we don't think it's that major of a change for the neighborhood. Rather, it's consistent with the design of our area.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stinson, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Applicant, with respect to down the street from your address that we're talking about, number 15, the dimensions that you're asking for, and Member Saeed's spoken to, what's sort of a general view to what 15 is to what you're proposing?
Sorry, are we talking about 15 or 25?
I thought it was 15.
Because 15 is 3 houses down to the south.
My apologies. I think it is 25.
Yeah, 25 is the house to the north.
Okay, so your question is, how does this house, this proposed development, compare with the house to the north? Is that correct? Okay, can you answer that question, please, to the applicant?
Yes, yeah, sure. I don't think that it's going to be that major of a change in the height, right? There are some older houses on the street, and there's some kind of mid, and there's some newer houses. So this house will be consistent with not 25, because it's not the newest build, but with right across the street, we have 26. It's kind of the same square foot as 26. And then we have a newer build down the street. I think it's 30 or 32. It's also consistent with that, right? So it's not immediately kind of consistent in size with number 25, because that was one of the smaller lots in the street. It's consistent with the larger lots that we have on the street. There's some lots on our street that are 50, and some of them which are slightly larger. So this housing is designed is consistent with the larger houses on our street that are 75 or 78 foot in frontage.
And thank you for that. I appreciate you're not an architect, but I just wanted your understanding.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay. Shall we take this matter into committee? And in committee, I'm going to make a comment that I've been on this street. It is in a street that is changing. It's got a number of large houses as well as the older houses. It's, again, something that we have seen. The question before us is the variances that are being requested appropriate? Do I have any comments?
Through the chair, you need to announce whether the panel is in committee for the record.
We've already done that.
You asked, but you need to announce that we are, like,
sorry.
Thank you.
Once I ask, I assume everybody agrees. So, panel, we are now in committee? Okay. And my comments, you have heard, I'm not going to repeat them. Okay, so, back to the panel members. Do you have any comments? Mr. Saeed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments, Madam Chair. I do agree 100% with you that developments are taking place, and I looked into throughout the street, the buildings, and I am looking at the character of the street as well, and I don't want to set up a precedent over there where the other developments, which will be coming very soon, because there are many old houses there, and I can see there will be new developments in the street. that everybody then quote a precedent to this height and the main wall's height and the floor area as well as the height of the roof. So I am afraid that if the committee approve these variances, this could set up a precedent for the developments coming in the future. Yes, we do allow the second story, we do allow under the bylaws, and beautiful houses are coming up there, but they should be made according to the what's allowed there in the bylaws. That will be my opinion.
Okay, any other comments? No other comments? All right. Do I have a motion? No.
Madam Chair, before we go to the motion, and we are in the committee now,
Yes.
I don't know whether we can go back or not. Should the committee consider and we give an option to the applicant to consider deferral and to give the applicant a chance to revise the drawings, to bring improvements? But since we are in the committee, maybe I am late on that. Maybe Deputy Secretary Treasurer can advise on that.
Through the chair, if you want to take out, leave and go from committee, you just need to confirm. You need to announce. You need to ask the members, and then you can announce that you're leaving committee.
Okay. Not sure I understand that. I think we're still in committee.
If you cannot right now when you're in committee, you cannot speak with the applicant. If you want to speak with the applicant,
Okay.
you need to take it out of committee.
Okay.
And you need
All
to
right.
have.
Let me explore a little bit further with Mr. Saeed. Are you concerned with all these variances? And is that what you would like to have a second look at, or are there specific ones?
Madam Chair, I will talk about variance number 1, which is the floor space area, which is 150 square meter over and above. The second variance number 2, which is 7% increase in the lot coverage. So these two are in specific, and variance number 3 and 4 will be in general. And I believe if I go back to the drawings, there are chances to make certain changes. I don't see there are very hard triggering factors that could not be controlled by making revisions there.
Okay, so as I understand it, Mr. Saeed, you have a concern with the overall massing of the building, if I could call it that, with the floor space index and the coverage particularly. The height you have a less of a concern with. But again, I understand that you would like to have an opportunity to ask the applicant if he wants to improve his application, specifically with those items. Is that correct?
That's my opinion, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If the other committee members support that,
So
we can do
committee
that.
members, are you, yes?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm from Member Said what he said, that I tend to agree with that point of view too. It's a fine-tuning issue, and perhaps the applicant can be given that opportunity for deferral.
Okay, if we want to go out of committee and further our discussion with the applicant, is everyone in favor of that? Okay, all right. So to the applicant, you've heard the concern of specifically the floor space index, the coverage, the overall size of your proposal. I know you don't have your architect with you at the moment, and I think the question we have for you is, are you willing to consider this application, which would request a deferral for you to come back to us in a later date, perhaps with further information from your architect to present the variance again? So what we're asking you is, are you willing to agree to a deferral, to reconsider some of the variances, and come back to the committee, perhaps with your architect, to assist you in some of your answers?
So am I unmuted? Am I
No, I can hear you.
okay? I can hear me. That is not a problem for us per se, but I do just want to comment on maybe one or two things. One of them being is my immediate neighbors right across, number 22 and number 24, who are also older houses, and they also they are supporting the development, right? Because it's consistent with kind of the theme of this of the street. So there are other residents who are supporting the idea of this being built and accepting the variances. That's number one. And number two, I do want to say, like, deferring it, I don't know how long it would take because we've been working on this case almost a year and a half. And I do want to get this project moving as quickly as possible, right? So,
Okay.
if
I, I, I,
so if we
under,
don't defer it, does it just, yeah.
I understand that. I think in terms of the residents across the street, you may wish to talk to them. Committee members will also have an opportunity to consider this. And in terms of a deferral, we don't have the defined dates of our committee meetings next year. We would normally defer this sine die, which would give you the chance to consider, come back to us. And I believe the process is that you contact the committee staff and ask for a date. Can I have confirmation from the city staff?
Through the chair, I wish to raise 2 points. First off, our 2024 hearing schedule has been confirmed. The next for 2024. The second matter is that if the applicant wishes or the owner wishes to have their hearing a decision today, they can. You may wish to ask the applicant if they wish to have a decision on their application today, or whether they wish to defer it pending further to consider further revisions to their application. You may just want to ask that direct question.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard the question. Do you wish to have a decision today, or do you wish to ask for a deferral? I doubt very much it'd be January, but maybe February.
Yeah, sorry.
We can't
Just
give
to
you a
understand,
date.
if we go for a decision today, so if we go for a decision today, what does that mean? It gets voted upon today, right now? Is that what
Yes,
happened?
it is. And as you have heard, there are some concerns from some of the committee members as to specifically the overall size of the house and your coverage, which you have not necessarily addressed to their satisfaction. That's why the deferral would assist you in addressing that, or if you want a decision today, we can give you a decision, and it's essentially up to you.
Right. So a deferral would mean I would revise the plans. Is that what would mean? To try and make it more consistent with the mind, like lower the variance?
Ideally, any deferral and any variances would be to give a second look at the variances and see whether the variances before us can be either eliminated or reduced, or if not, that you've given consideration to that and you want to proceed with the same variances as you have today.
I think we will proceed with it today. Yeah, just because it's been going on for a very long time, we don't want to keep delaying it further. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the decision is that he is not willing to take a deferral. So, committee, we're back in committee. So now I need a motion. And Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a good discussion on the matter, and having said about the concerns about the size, the floor space area, as well as the, as I mentioned before, the coverage, lot coverage, etc. With that background, Madam Chair, in my opinion, the variances before the committee today are not minor in nature. They are neither appropriate. Therefore, Madam Chair, I will put forward motion for refusal of application item number 3.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to refuse the application. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion to refuse the application by Mr. Said and seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you very much to the owner. That concludes this matter. Your application has been refused. We will now proceed with item number 3, I believe.
Through the chair, item number 4, 138 Sandyhook Square.
Okay. Okay, item number 4 is 138 Sandyhook Square. The application is to permit a garden suite in the rear yard, and there are 3 variances requested. I do not have any speakers other than the applicant. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item 138 Sandyhook Square? No? Okay. There is a condition that community planning are suggesting that the garden suite be built substantially in accordance with the plans as submitted, and there is a condition from urban forestry. Do I have any comments from the committee?
Through the chair.
I'm sorry, I should have given the applicant a chance to make a presentation. So, is the applicant online? Applicant is on.
Hi, this is Timothy Mitanidis. I'm the applicant for the owner.
Yep. Do you wish to make a presentation, sir?
If it pleases the committee, I could summarize the covering letter that I submitted earlier as part of the application.
You have 5 minutes if you wish to summarize. If we have some letters of objection, I don't know whether you wish to address those. They are part of our agenda as well.
Well, I also prepared a rebuttal of the objection letters or comments addressing the comments. Although none of the comments specifically address the variances at hand, there are some issues that are common objections, and I could address those instead, seeing that I don't have the opportunity to rebut if no one makes a presentation, whatever your preference.
Okay, it's up to you as to whether you want to make a presentation. Maybe it would make it easier if I ask if the committee members have any questions, and that would then be able to focus your presentation, if necessary, to those questions. Are there any questions of committee members?
I don't have a, thank you, Chair. I don't have a question with respect to a presentation, but if the agent wishes for the applicant to inform us as to I think he called it a rebuttal to some of the letters of concern or objection, I would like to hear that. That's my view on it.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right, sir.
All right then. Yes. Pardon me.
Okay, go ahead.
So I did review all the objection letters from the neighbors and also letters of concern, and I've summarized them under key topics. So I'll just go through those as quickly as possible. The first one is parking. I mean, the existing property has a 2-car garage. There's some concern from the neighbors that there's parking, might be parking issues that arise from this additional suite. I mean, the existing property has a 2-car garage with, you know, a space for 4 additional cars in the driveway. I mean, it's a 6 cars total for a single-family house. I think that's adequate for the adding in 1 additional suite. On top of that, you know, obviously all these houses are capable of supporting secondary suites in the basement unit or something like that. So 1 additional unit, which doesn't exist here, wouldn't be too much of an impact on the parking capacity to support parking. There's some comments about increased traffic volume and children safety. And again, you know, should be noted that all the homes in this area are permitted to have secondary suites. And, you know, the number of people living in the area would not be significantly increased as a 1-bedroom garden suite. And I mean, you know, you could make a counter argument saying that this is a more sensitive and incremental way of development. You know, these areas are also zoned for multiplexes in the citywide bylaw coming up, so that you know, the increase in traffic could be even more so in those conditions, and in this, you know, one small 1-bedroom unit could develop the area in a more incremental way rather than, you know, the higher density alternatives. There are some topics about or questions about building size. So many of the you know, of the comments from neighbors refer to the building as imposing structure or towering over their properties. I think it's important to consider that, you know, this building is, you know, although it has a 4-meter height, we're introducing, you know, significant slope to the roof in order to minimize the impact not only to our own primary dwelling on the site, but also to the neighbors. You know, we have a 4-meter at the peak. At the corner, that's, you know, just over 2.5 meters. And so I think those form movements in terms of the form definitely address some of those issues. And also to be noted in this particular instance, you know, we would be permitted to build a 4-meter high ancillary building if it wasn't a garden suite, and those ancillary buildings can be built at 4 meters tall, you know, with a footprint of 40 square meters, and also, you know, a lot closer to neighboring properties. So the impact on the building mass, I think, is minimized, or we've gone, you know, taken extra effort in order to minimize the, you know, the impact of the building mass. There's some concerns about construction noise, and, you know, although that we sympathize with the neighbors that, you know, the construction can be noisy and messy, it is, it's not related to whether we get a variance or not. You know, other types of construction can happen with or without variances. There's a summary about impacting the neighborhood aesthetic. So we understand, you know, that the buildings can have an important impact on the overall neighborhood character. And while our opinion is subjective, we feel that, you know, this design succeeds at reflecting the size, scale, and proportion, roof profiles, and predominant materiality of the existing homes in the area, and generally makes a positive contribution to that quality and character of the neighborhood.
Okay.
And
you have 1 minute left.
And lastly, there's some discussion about privacy, and I also wanted to reiterate that we have also considered privacy within the design of this project. There is the notion of privacy along the rear of the garden suite that faces number 18 and number 20 Sandyhook, who have submitted letters, you know, with the idea of privacy as a concern. So we have no windows on that side of the building, because we're also trying to consider the privacy of our own habitants. So in that case, we have some skylights along that end, which shouldn't impact the privacy of the neighbors. You can see them in the image of the building in the report, and also that whole back wall doesn't have any windows. There is one window that's facing the backyards of along the street, and that window is, you know, at the height of 6 feet at the top of the window. So even if you're standing behind the window, you'd be looking out into the privacy fence between the properties.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any other questions?
Thank you for that. I think the City of Toronto in general sense is obviously always fluid with respect to housing. And at this point in time, part of the overall plan and permitted use of property is to have garden suites. So I was just glad to hear the agent address some of those letters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I need a clarification from Mr. Applicant or the owner. The picture which you provided us in the material in your cover letter, I was just I could not get it like clearly. The image is there. Now, okay, so yeah, the image is now on the screen. If I look at that, you have already a shed there, which is very prominent from the street view, which is almost serve the same purpose which you might be getting out of a garden suite on that. So are you going to demolish it first? If not demolish it, what's the purpose? I'm just asking before coming to the variance, what's the need of having this garden suite there?
So as we said in our covering letter, the garden suite, the use of the garden suite is to help support the family's growing needs, and they want to try to create a unit for their aging parents, so their parents can age in a multi-generational household. The shed in the back that you're referring to, there's two structures in the rear yard right now. There's a one garden shed. It's a very small prefab kind of Home Depot job. It's not something that is suitable for living. It's set essentially for tools and such, and that will be demolished to make way for the garden suite. And the other one is a metal gazebo, which is like kind of an exterior structure with a roof. So that's the one you see in the Google Street View. It's simply a metal open gazebo for protecting from the rain, but it's not in any way like ancillary structure.
So this one will be staying there. The one in the back shed, rear back shed, is the smaller one which you are going to demolish. Am I correct on that?
No, no. Both structures will be removed in order to place the garden suite, because we need to respect the open soft landscaping in the back. There's a requirement, as we all know, of 50% soft landscaping in the rear yard, which we've met. And in order for us to meet that, we need to remove both gazebo and the shed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Said. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question through you is 3 variances in front of us. Number 2 is very critical for me to understand that you have a distance of ancillary structure 1.91 meters from the residential building. Requirement is 5. It's very critical. How should I understand?
So the argument that we're making in this case is that because of the configuration of the lot, it's a corner lot, it's a unique configuration. And although the lot is quite large, it's over 300 square meters, the configuration of the property makes it so that a garden suite is more challenging to site. And so this particular setback, the way that we approached the design of the garden suite was that we wanted to maintain towards all the neighbors, the proper and meet all the zoning bylaw requirements for towards the neighboring properties. So we have the correct setbacks, angular planes, and trying to minimize the impact on the neighboring properties. And that pushed, the garden suite closer to the primary dwelling. And on top of that, because the building is only 4 meters tall, it's quite low. It only interacts with the ground floor of the main primary dwelling. And in direct relationship to where the garden suite is the garage of the primary dwelling, the garage, and then there's a mudroom entrance. So part of the idea of this 5 meters separation is to create enough space, when you're between the garden suite, will have living arrangements, and then the back of a house, which also have living arrangements. In this case, the separation is between the garage, which likely will not be impacted by this proximity. And so we feel that although the number is low in comparison to the 5 meters, the impact of that proximity won't be felt by the primary dwelling nor the secondary suite, because the secondary suite locates all the windows towards the front where it's facing the streets, and on that particular impact is a solid wall.
Requirement is 5 meters, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? No? All right, are we ready to take this matter into committee? Yes? Yes? Okay. Any comments? Any motions?
Thank you, Chair. I look at this application and I look at the information we've received from the experts that this committee relies on at 138 Sandyhook Square, and I would move that we approve the application for the simple reason that this lot, as outlined, is unique in its size. It's also the positioning of the neighbors that this new garden suite will be near over the issue of something of 5 meters, that it is a mudroom and a garage. So for those reasons, I think the application should be approved, of course conditional on the conditions being accepted by the applicant from CP and the other various departments.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification, is the member recommending approval subject to community planning and urban forestry conditions?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. So well put.
Yep. Okay. You've made a comment. Are there any other comments? Or shall we go back to Mr.
Through the chair, I believe that was a motion.
Get to
That was a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, just to confirm for the chair, that is my motion, so I'm looking to see if it's seconded.
So I have a motion for approval. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion for approval, and this will be subject to community planning and urban forestry conditions.
Thank you. So I have a motion for approval from Mr. Stinson and seconded by Mr. Said, subject to urban forestry and community planning. All those in favor? All those in opposed? Okay, there are 3 in favor and 1 opposed. Sir, your application has been approved, subject to the conditions. It was, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time as well. Good day.
Okay, committee, before we move on to the next item, which is item number 5, I noticed that it's 20 to 12, and we have spent a fair amount of time.
Through the chair, it's actually 12 o'clock.
Oh, that one says 20 to 12, and that one says 10 after 2. Okay. My watch says it's 2 minutes after 12. My position is the same. We have a fairly large agenda. We would normally be considering whether we would take a break at this time, but I would like to push on and get a couple more of these items finished and take a break closer to 1 o'clock. Is that satisfactory to the committee? Okay, we will continue on. And so our next item is item number 5, 55 Morrow Trail in Clare Lee. And 55 Morrow Trail. I have only one speaker. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on number 55 Morrow Trail in Clare Lee? No? Okay. Is the applicant in the audience? The applicant is online. Okay. This is
Marco Rotundo.
Okay, let me just introduce it very quickly. This is an application for a new rear yard deck, and You have received comments from TRCA. They have a comment, but they have no objection to this application. Committee, do we wish a presentation? No? Okay, we don't wish a presentation. No questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Can we go into committee?
Through the chair, you should ask the applicant if they wish to make a presentation.
Okay. To the applicant, do you wish to make a presentation?
Not necessary if the committee deems it not necessary.
Okay, I don't think there's any questions for you, sir. No questions. I think the committee is satisfied with the material that we have in front of us. Do I have, then are we in committee, and do I have a motion? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the variances before the committee are minor in nature, appropriate, and these meet the test requirements. So, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 5, and this is without any conditions.
Thank you. I saw a hand going up here. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Stinson. There are no conditions. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your application has been approved. Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Moving on, item number 5, sorry. 6. Item number 6 is 161 Dorset Road in Cliffcrest. The application is to convert a side garage into a side yard storage, and there is a variance required for the side yard setback for the storage. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to number 161 Dorset Park? Okay, not seeing anyone. Is the applicant online? The applicant is online. Good.
The applicant is online.
Okay, just a second. This is number 6. The applicant is Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan, I understand you're online. Would you identify yourself, and do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, I do. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Davis Chang, representing Perma Works at 3575 14th Avenue, Markham, Ontario. I serve as the authorized agent for 161 Dorset Road. So for this application, our proposal involves the removal of the existing garage doors and its replacement with a single door. I'm here to request considerations for the variance. With my documents, I think I have 2 variants, but you only said 1.
Let me just double check. Thank you.
Through the chair, there are 2 variances being requested.
Let me pull up your notice here.
It's on the screen.
Yes, the proposed side yard setback for side storage and
also
a
for
parking space.
space.
Yes, okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah. Okay. So the first variance pertains to require a side yard setback, which is specified as 0.9 meters, and our proposed setback is 0.72 meters. It is important to note that we are not altering the footprint of the existing house, and the 0.72 meter setback is already in place. The second variance we are seeking pertains to permission to have both parking spaces in the front yard, as according to the zoning bylaw, no parking space is permitted in the front side yard abuts the streets. I hope the committee will consider approving this application, as the requested variants are not anticipated to impact the street views, the neighborhood, or immediate neighbors. It is crucial to reiterate that there is no alteration to the footprint of the house, and all the setbacks related to the house modifications will remain unchanged.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Hon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I have two brief questions and brief answer will be appreciated. Sir, variance number 1. Sir, you are saying side setback. Define this. Which side is it?
Yes.
Which side?
It is the west side of the garage side.
What is the garage
The
side?
west side.
Okay.
So,
So you've got a plan? Can you see
Is
the
it a front, north, east, west? I mean, define the side.
no,
Okay.
it's the west side, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. And number 2, are you aware you are changing the pattern of the frontage of the neighborhood?
We are actually not changing anything because the setback will remain the same, and we are only changing the garage door to a single door.
But that's
So
not
we
a
are
garage
not changing
door.
the pattern.
Garage doors are defined as garage doors, and there is a certain dimension, not that one.
Sorry, could you repeat your questions?
Sir, as I understand it, the garage has been built, and you are keeping the garage, but you are changing the door to make that garage into living space. Is that correct?
It's not into a living space. It will be into a storage.
Yes, sorry, into
Because
storage.
we are not insulating. We are not insulating the garage, so it would not consider a living space.
Okay. Any other questions?
In our drawings, we did not include any insulation. We are not proposing any new installations or anything.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the applicant, indirectly relating to variance number 2, that is the parking space. As you said, you are not going to have this. I mean, this parking space is not going to be having any impact on the street view. Just for sake of clarification, is your property is located just opposite to a bus stop? And looking at the street view, I see there is a TTC bus stop next to your, just close to your property. Am I standing correct on that?
Sorry, give me 1 second. There is no TTC bus stop.
There is none, right?
None. There is none.
Okay. Maybe the
Yeah, there is
one
no
I am
TTC
looking
bus
is
stop.
so old. That's why I wanted to confirm that, the street view. So
there is.
thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee? Yes, Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you again. Variance number 2. Sir, you are proposing 2 proposed parking spaces in front. The size of one car requirement is 3.2 meters by 5.6 meters. What will be the size requirement for 2 car spaces in the front?
Sorry, this dimension is actually provided by the zoning examiner.
So I guess the question is, if you're providing 2 parking spaces in the front yard, how are you achieving that? Are they the units? Are the cars one behind each other, or are they side by side?
No, the cars will be, of course, the car will be one behind each other, as the proposed site plan that you see and we submitted to CFA. So we have one behind each other.
Even then, sir,
Current
respectfully,
driveway is not.
respectfully, the size of one car that I have is 3.2 meters, and you are saying 2.7. Even if you put one car behind the other, sir, respectfully, you are short of distance.
You are talking about the width. It's not the length. The width, if I can pull up the drawings right now, the width should have enough distance for 3.2 meters.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so we have two variances here. One for side yard setback, really to convert the garage to storage space. And the second one is to permit the two parking spaces in the front yard. We have comments from Transportation Services saying that they have no objections. Do I have any further comments from the committee? Okay, committee, are you ready to take this into committee? Okay, committee. Mr. Stade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe both the variances before the committee, they are minor. And of course, our transportation section have thoroughly examined the case and they are okay with that. With that background, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 6, and there will be no conditions to that.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Mr. Zaid and seconded by Mr. Stinson, approval of this application with no conditions. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion is carried. Sir, your application has been approved. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item number 7. I see we have someone in the audience who is already moving into place. Proceed, sir. Before I ask if there's anyone else in the audience, are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, I'm Patrick McAuliffe, the applicant for the
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to, sorry, I need to identify that this is an application for 151 Gradwell Drive in Cliffcrest. It's a new detached dwelling that's being proposed, and there are 8 variances being requested. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to 151 Gradwell Drive? No? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to 151 Gradwell Drive? No, I have no one online. Okay. So, I think I've already identified that this is an application for a new detached dwelling. There are 8 variances requested. Applicant, do you wish to make a presentation?
Only to say that there has been no complaints from any neighbors.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Sorry, only to say that there has been complaints from no neighbors. There was one letter of objection that was sent in from the community association, but that was a stock letter that they send out to just about every project that goes on in that neighborhood. 2 properties away from this is an 8-story condominium, so I don't think the extra height on this house is going to be noticed at all. I think this is totally in keeping with the size of property that's there. That's it. That's all. Any
Okay, thank
questions?
you very much, Mr. McAuliffe. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Chair, I'd just like to note that with this particular application at 151, it's UFS has a condition. Are you aware of that, applicant?
Yes, I am.
And you're good with it?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any other comments from committee? Okay. Shall we take this into the committee now? What is the wish of the committee?
Chair, I move that we approve this application on the condition that the applicant accepts the conditions as requested by UFS.
Okay, I have a motion for approval,
And also forestry conditions.
and then there's forestry conditions as well for number 7. Yes, there's a condition.
So just to be clear for the record, UFS is forestry, urban forestry section. So we're talking the same language. Thank you.
Through the chair, the panel members may want to indicate, instead of the acronyms, it might be a little bit clearer to the members of the public, spelling out the name of the any divisions that are recommending approval.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion for approval, subject to the conditions of urban forestry services. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Hahn for approval of this application, subject to urban forestry conditions. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Reynolds. Okay, we're moving on to item number 8. Eight is 854 Danforth Road. Let me just pull that up for a second. Okay. Item number 8 is the purpose of the application is to demolish the existing dwelling, to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, and a garden suite in the rear yard. There is a request of 7 variances for the new dwelling and 3 additional variances for the garden suite, for a total of 10 variances. So, is the applicant online? Okay. Before we go to you, sir, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application at 854 Danforth Road? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
Yeah.
No one online.
Hello?
Yes, sir, are you online to speak to this, or are you the agent? I got the agent to, yeah, the agent.
I am the agent.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Through the chair, whenever any new speaker should ask their name and their address for the record, please.
Thank you. So,
My name is Binan Hanoudi. I live in 1442 Bridgeport Street in Oshawa. I am the agent of this project. So we are building a triplex at the front of the property and a garden suite on the back. I believe there is no neighbors' comments, as I know, and I believe most of the variances are minor in nature in regards to what we are bringing to the community for residential units.
okay. Before we ask whether there's any comments from the committee, I note that transportation services are okay with your parking space in the front yard. That there is a condition from Metrolinx that a warning clause be placed on this property, and that there is a forestry condition that you provide a report on tree preservation. Are you aware of the Metro Links and the forestry condition, and are you in agreement with them?
Yes, we are in agreement with them.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the committee, do I have any questions? Mr. Sayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the applicant about variance number 1, which is the front yard setback. I want to understand that whether this setback is going to be the existing condition. I mean, are you demolishing of course you are constructing a new building. So is this going to be developed on the footprints of the already building, and is the setback is the existing condition? Or you further pushing it?
The front setback is going to sit slightly back of the existing house, and so that it accommodates the parking spot.
So what I understand, you are pushing it towards the Danforth Road, and if it is that, how?
I am pushing it back
toward
the lot.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question is simple. Although in the letter application they have said that it is to demolish the existing dwelling to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling and a garden suite in the rear. In the variance, there is no 3-story applied for.
But the zoning accepted it.
Okay.
The zoning review has been done and they accepted that proposal.
Okay, so the zoning review has determined that you don't need a variance for a 3-story building because in their interpretation, that 3rd story is already permitted?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We sometimes run into that where the general purpose says 3 stories, and it depends on how that was measured. And so if no variance was needed, that has gone through the zoning examiner and is satisfied. I see that we do have variances of the height of the main walls, but nothing that says we need 3 stories. So, Mr. Han, do you have any other questions? No? Any other questions? Mr. Sayed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for sake of clarification, variance number 8, which is about the setback of the ancillary building. It's a slight variance. I can understand it's a minus variance, 1.5 meter, and it's 1.220 is proposed. Just for sake of understanding, could you let me know that how far is the ancillary building is from the main building? What's the distance between these two?
Okay.
From the main building, it's 5 meters.
5 meters from the main building to the garden suite, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Thank you. I know that it's not a variance. I was just asking it for further clarification, and thank you so much for that.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? And there's no one else to speak in the audience? Okay. Shall we take this into committee now? Okay. What is the wish of the committee?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve this application upon the conditions by Urban Forestry and Metrolinx being met.
Okay, I have motion to approve. Do I have a seconder?
I second the motion, Madam Chair, subject to Metrolinx conditions and Urban Forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Stenson, seconded by Mr. Sayed. All those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Your application has been approved. Thank you very much. Our next application, number 9, has been deferred, so we are now moving to application number 10, 5 GRACEMOUNT Crescent. We're just conferring because I think I had said that we'll try to take a break at 1 o'clock. We're on item number 10. There are a number of items. There are a number of items. Just so that I'm aware, just one moment, sir. Is there anyone here in the audience for item number 10? No? Is there anyone here in the audience for item number 11? No? No? Okay, we are going to be proceeding to item number, okay, question, anyone here in the audience for item number 12? Good, okay. So we will proceed with item number 10. We may also proceed with number 11. And if it's 1 o'clock, we will take half-hour break. We will take a half-an-hour break, and that will be a full 30 minutes. So if it's 1:05, it'll be 1:35, you understand. So if you are item number 10, item number 11, and I had item number 12. There's people in the audience for 1405 Cornwall Road, right? No? Okay. Let me go over.
Through the chair, item number 12 is 24 LYNNDALE Road.
Sorry. Okay. People in the audience for 24 LYNNDALE Road? Yes. Okay. All right. So be aware that you'll probably be after 1:30. And the other items, we have 17 items on our agenda. Those other items will also be after 1:30. So if you wish to take a break, we won't get to your items and your opportunity to speak until after 1:30. So we'll go back with item number 10. Item number 10 is 5 GRACEMOUNT Crescent. It's to construct a 2-story front and rear yard addition to the existing dwelling. And there are 4 variances required. So item number 10. Sir, you wish to speak to item number 10. Are you the applicant?
I'm the applicant, yes.
Thank you. Can I have your name and address, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Colin Lightbourne. My address is 1668 Gerrard Street, East Toronto.
Thank you. Okay.
I couldn't hear the name, please. Could you?
Colin Lightbourne.
Thank you.
Lightbourne?
Bourne, with an E.
Okay. All right, sir. There is no one in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this matter? No, there's no one online. So, Mr. Lightbourne, do you wish to make a presentation?
Just a brief presentation, if I may.
Thank you.
You have in your possession 7 letters from the neighborhood who are that have no objections to the application.
Yes.
And thank you. And I believe the councillor for the area also is in support of the application. As you stated, there are 4 variances, and variance number 3, I believe it is. Let me put my glasses on. Which we're going for a variance of variance number 3. Give me a second, please.
Variance number 3
Yeah,
is
number
for a
4.
platform.
My apologies. Variance number 4. That variance, the permitted height is 9 meters, and we're asking for a variance of 10.5. And I think this particular variance demands an explanation. If you look at my site plan, and on the northern boundary line,
Okay. Can you just hold for a minute? Staff, can you pull up the site plan for this property? Okay.
so on the northern boundary line, at the limits of the front yard setback, we have a grade elevation of 145.71, and on the south boundary line, at the same setback requirements of 144.445 meters. The lot slopes from north to south, and because of that site condition, it creates a variance. There's no variance for maximum wall height because we satisfy that variance. The other variance, basically variance number 1, there again, the front yard addition, that variance is created because the proposed 2-story addition at the corner just encroaches into the front yard setback. Other than that, the variances that we're seeking are minor in nature, and they meet the 4 tests of the zoning bylaw and the official plan.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Said, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the applicant can further elaborate on the height variance? Yes, you mentioned that the nature, you refer to your site plan and all that, but still I'm not clear how you justified like from 9 meter to 10.15 meter.
With all due respect, sir, my site plan clearly states that on the north boundary line, the grade there is 145.71, and on the south boundary line, it's 144.465. So when you subtract 145.17 minus 144.46, I have a grade difference of 1.25 meters. That is where that height comes from.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a little confused. The height of the building is flat, right? Straight?
No, the slope, the front yard slopes from the highest point on the north side, and it slopes at a lower grade on the south side.
Okay.
Because of the 2 grade elevations, we have to take the average of the 2 grades.
Okay.
And at that point, the height is determined.
Okay.
It is a site condition.
Yeah, so the building doesn't really change from
No,
what you
no,
see.
it's the
just
grade.
because you've got a slight change in grade from one
absolutely.
side to the other. Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Is there-
Chair?
Yep.
If I may offer some assistance. If I understand you, Mr. Applicant, at the end of the day, we're talking about the grading of the land. And
That's
because of
correct.
that variation, when you look at anything on Google Earth from this perspective, you can see that incredible drop. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I go ahead? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, your calculation based on this is a site issue kind of a thing, and mathematically I do agree. I do checked on that. The difference goes to 1 point something, and that's why the difference is there. But if this is the case, this could be to any other property, to the next property as well tomorrow, right? So every building should be having a height of the same height, which if they are building a two-story building, it means none of that, because if you look at the street character or the type of developments we have, there is quite a very good symmetry of all the roof heights, right? And perhaps this dwelling height is going to be the unique, and this is going to be the highest building in that street. Or can you give me any example where there is a similar dwelling with this height is there, because they are all located on the same area? And if we allow this, should the committee approve that, I'm very much afraid that the beauty of that street is the symmetry of the height of the dwellings. That is going to be totally disturbed. And this is going to be the highest building in the street and standing out of character of the street.
I can only ask, if you paid a site visit, you would notice that most of the houses on the street are bungalows. This is a bungalow, and 2 stories are permitted. And in this case, by putting the second-story addition on it, of course, it's going to be higher, because on the north side is a bungalow, on the south side is a bungalow. Now, there's nothing stopping the neighbors on the north side coming to the Committee of Adjustment if they want to put a second-story addition on their house. So as it stands, yes, you're right. This is going to be the highest roof on the street at this point in time. However, it is a minor variance. We are allowed 9 meters. But because of the difference in the grade from the north side to the south side, the site conditions creates that variance. I can't do anything other than come before the Committee of Adjustment and ask for a minor variance for that one reason.
I agree with you 100% that 2-story buildings are allowed. I am not objecting on that. You are allowed to build a 2-story building, and most of those are bungalows. So what I was saying to you is that tomorrow, if any other owner is going to have a 2-story building, it means it's a precedent. It's setting up that every building should be 10 meter high instead of 9 meter, and your one will be even more than 10 meter high. So because of the nature of that site grading, that's my concern. And if you look at, again, as I told you, this is going to be the totally unique and different building in the entire street,
May I make a statement? If the neighbor on the north side decides to put a second-story addition on his house, presently his finished first floor is much higher than the finished first floor of this house. So automatically, he's going to be much higher than what we're asking for.
That's exactly what I was saying. All the houses on the north is much higher.
And exactly. All the houses on the north of this house are much higher, just because of the topography of the street.
Okay. Are you okay, Mr.
You are right, and I was talking about the topography of the street, and I know if Madam Chair, if we look at the Google Street and see the topography and the roofs of the entire street, they are in a very symmetrical order. And of course, 2 stories are very welcome, but more than 9 meter and even 10.15 meter is my concern to that.
Okay. I understand the 10.15 is on one side and the 9 meters is on the other side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for Member Saeed's comments and also the applicant. I would like to point out to the committee that the street that the applicant is asking for this variance, 10 homes away on the same street, but by virtue of a turn called Shoredale Drive, and I think the applicant alluded to that, it is 29 and 31 are second stories.
Mm-hmm.
So we are 10 homes away from the applicant's home for a second story. It's not as clear to me as earlier sort of reflected upon that the symmetry is without a second story. We're actually 10 homes away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Any further questions of the applicant? No? All right. We have the variances, we have some letters of support, we have no conditions. No, no conditions. Shall we move into committee now? Okay, we're in committee. What is the wish of committee?
Chair, I move that we approve this application, keeping in mind all the conditions are met. And I'm just looking here, sorry about that. Yeah, in this case, there appear to be none, so I would just move that we approve the application.
Okay. Mr. Khan?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application, seconded by Mr. Stinson, second by Mr. Khan. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, your motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Through the record,
Thank
you should, the chair, you should also indicate who has opposed.
Okay, Mr. Stade has opposed.
Thank you.
So 3 in favor and 1 opposed. That was GRACEMOUNT. Item 10, moving on to item 11, which is 4 GREENOCK Avenue. Okay. Item 11 is 4 GREENOCK Avenue. I'm just checking my time. I've got it as 12:45, more or less a minute or two, whether my watch is right. So after item 11, we will take a break. Okay, item number 11. Just move on to item 11 here. Have we got a problem here? I'm having difficulty moving this thing down to item 11. All right, well. My computer is not wanting, it's moving very slowly. I'm trying to move that one down to item 11.
It's agenda package 2.
Ah,
It's not in this package.
okay.
Did you?
Yeah, I have. I'm sorry, we changed the package, which is why I can't pull it up. Thank you. It is really helpful having staff here. Okay, item 11. Item 11 is 4 GREENOCK Avenue. The application is to permit a rear addition to the existing 2-story detached dwelling. And there is 3 variances requested. So we have the applicant and we have a neighbor listed. Is the applicant online? The applicant is online. And the neighbor is the neighbor also online? Yes, very good. Okay, to the applicant. I have two applicants, Mr. Amid and Rainani. Which one is going to speak as applicant?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Krinal Jayani. I was a speaker.
What's your name again?
Krinal Jayani.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Jayami, you are going to speak on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I have two names listed as applicant, yourself and Faisal. That's my only problem. So Faisal will not be speaking?
No, I'll be
Okay, you're going to speak on behalf. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an application for a rear addition, and we've got 4 variances. Yes. Pardon? Oh, thank you. Can I, sorry. Jainani, may I have your name and your address, please?
My name is Krinal Jayani from CM Designers and Engineers, and the address is 537 Danforth Road.
Thank you. Okay. Do you wish to make a presentation?
Yeah, a small presentation.
Okay. Go ahead.
I am here to represent 4 GREENOCK on behalf of the owner. We are requesting 3 variances: lot coverage, building length, and platform, which is encroaching front yard setback, which is existing. Because last year when the owner started construction, the contractor made a mistake and increased 1 feet at the back of the property. So because of that, we are having this lot coverage variance, which was not intentional. And that is why we are here for requesting 3 variances. And the owner also went to neighbors and got many support signatures. And we don't have any concern from planning or any other department, or no objections. So I would like to request you to consider the variances minor in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none? Okay. Is the speaker Mr. Joseph? Is he online? Yes, Mr. Joseph, would you please identify yourself and tell us why you want to share your information?
Through the chair, Floyd Joseph, you have been unmuted.
Please proceed and give us your name and your address, Mr. Joseph.
Hi, good afternoon, madam. My name is Floyd Joseph. I'm from number 6 GREENOCK Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. My concern about, before the building this building, there's a notice supposed to be in outside to inform to the neighborhood they're going to have a building. My belief is not happened that one. That's number 1. And the builder, when I asked inspector for the who's authorized this building, and he said he's increasing the backyard deck to up only, but I can see different. And I asked again, there were windows for the my backyard, and he said you can have it, but I lost my privacy because people
Through
are
the
watching
chair,
that
can you ask the speaker to speak into a microphone?
Yes, sir. It's difficult for us to hear you. Can you speak into the microphone? And would you repeat your last statement that you asked the applicant, and I didn't hear what you had asked him?
because my side or my backyard. So I asked if I losing my privacy. So people are maybe having a function or anything, they are watching from the window. So it's for me, it's not comfortable. So and I asked, then they said, oh, they can have like that. I don't believe.
Okay, maybe we need to slow you down. I understand your issue is privacy. When you asked him about that, what was his comment back?
He said you can have like that. There is no law to, you can have a window inside. You know? So I didn't say anything. So I don't know. I got this hearing letter. So I want to comment with this one.
Okay.
And yeah, other thing is, he said it's a residential one-family building, but I can see the whole building was renting out couple of 2 months before, and it's a private.
Yes.
So in my neighborhood and everyone. So that's my comment on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So your concern is privacy. Your concern was that there was a window, and you've asked him if he could change that, and he wasn't able to accommodate you. Is that the?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, I asked him to set food, and that's approved. I asked Joe, I think he's the guy, the person is approved that one, and he said there's no law like that. So I'm okay with that. So I cannot go from there. Right?
Okay. All right. We're going to ask the applicant to respond to your concerns. Madam Janali, would you please respond?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Joseph, for your comments. I understand that you have commented on a window, but I think it is the building code issue. So I don't think so he have any variance related comment.
Madam Janelli, is this building fully constructed? In other words, is this window
Yes, Madam Chair.
this window that he's concerned about is already in place, is it?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. And the variance that we have in front of us is for coverage and for building length, but it really doesn't have any, there's nothing here that would really help us with his concern. Okay. Members of the committee, do you have any comments? No? Okay. Committee, what we have is an application here with 3 variances. There are no conditions. What is the wish of the committee? We're now in committee. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam. My motion is that we have 3 variances in front of us. It's very simple. So I move this application be approved.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Khan and a second by Mr. Stinson to move approval of this application. There are no conditions. All those in favor? Okay, your application has been approved. Mr. Joseph, thank you very much for participating. The application has been approved. Okay, the next item is item 12, and I have 3 minutes to 1. So I think we will defer item 12 until committee, what time? 1:45? We have item 12. We have 17 items in full. $1:30? 1:30? Okay. We've now recessed this until 1:30. Staff, will you put in the appropriate signage, and then we will continue plus or minus 1:30, according to my watch. Thank you.
Please, Asset, can you turn off your mic? Asset, can you turn off your mic?
Okay, welcome to the continuation of the Committee of Adjustment hearing. We took a break. We didn't have a lunch, so it's not considered a start of a new hearing. It's a continuation, which means I don't have to read the land acknowledgement and all those other rules again, thankfully. So we are starting with item number 12, which is 24 LYNNDALE Road in the Birchcliff community. And this is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with front and rear yard porches. There are 7 variances attached to this application. Is there anyone in the audience for 24 LYNNDALE Road? Are you the applicant? Okay, we will get to you. Is the applicant online? Yes, thank you. Okay. This application is for, as I said, a 3-story detached dwelling, a new 3-story detached dwelling. Applicant, you are online. Would you please identify yourself? Your name and address.
Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members, Peter Giordano, David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville, the authorized agent and designers.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 people in the audience who wish to speak. I have also listed 3 other people who are online to speak. So we will proceed with the applicant first. Sir, do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, I can. If I can, that would be great. If I could ask the moderator to put up my presentation slides.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
And advance to slide 2, please. So I do have a brief presentation, but I'd like to focus on a few key elements. I'll start by confirming that staff comments from community planning and urban forestry report no concerns with our requested variance items. In advance, our clients have approached the neighbors to notify them of their intentions and explain the need to expand upon their current footprint. The map on this slide shows you the location of 6 letters of support received, including the immediate neighbor at number 22 LYNNDALE. They received verbal support and positive response from many of the people they approached and spoke to. We acknowledge that the neighbors to the rear from the subject property at number 21 Andale issued a letter of concern to the committee. Although we respect their rights to express their concerns and will gladly listen to and answer any questions they may have, we believe our variance items will not impact or change the enjoyment of their home. We maintain a respectful distance from the rear yard lot line, with the main wall of the house set back 10.5 meters, where only 7.5 meters is required. The 3rd level, which is just the loft level that projects through the attic part of the roof, extends back even an additional 3 meters from the back wall of the house. If anybody wants to look at a photo of the relationship to this neighboring property at the rear, we won't go to it right now, but there is a photo of this relationship that can be found on slide number 15. Slide number 3, please. This slide provides you with written explanation of the reference for each variance item. Only items 1 to 4 are directly related to the house structure. Item number 1 explains that the 3rd floor loft area adds additional floor space index area. As a reference comparable, number 25 across the road was approved for an FSI of 0.87 just a month ago in October of 2023. Number 3 and 17 LYNNDALE were both recently approved with a much higher FSI, including number 33 LYNNDALE, currently under construction, that also has a partial 3rd story space. The proposed GFA will be 2,750 square feet, including the loft space. Not large by today's standards, the allowable FSI would only result in, what would be allowed for FSI would only result in 2,160 square feet, if that's what we were to abide by. Item number 2 is the increased coverage. The same properties we just mentioned, I just mentioned above, also had very comparable numbers recently approved for coverage. I will note that the house itself accounts for only 35.44%. The rest is the covered porch and the raised terrace at the rear yard. Slide number 10, please. So items number 3 and 4, building height. Again, number 34, Andale was recently approved at 9.7. Number 25, Lyndale, across the street in October, as we mentioned, has a partial third story. While number 33, currently under construction, there's also a photo of that in my presentation slides at the end, show a similar third story structure. There are several instances where taller approved homes with third stories on nearby streets. We did our best to be sensitive with this variance. You'll also notice that the roofs have low slope hip roofs that slope away on each side. And towards the middle is where we're projecting the upper level. And we have no tall gable elements. Planning staff had reviewed that and had no concerns with this variance. All remaining items related to driveway size and location, we're maintaining the current parking condition and location on the property. It's a very challenging neighborhood for street parking, as you'd well imagine. You notice on slide number 9 that we've had a very respectful as of right boundary for the home. So the home fits within the as of right boundaries. We don't have front, rear, or side yard setbacks. In summary, planning, urban planning, urban forestry, all expressed no concerns with their application. We acknowledge and accept the conditions of approval. In conclusion, we believe our variance items to be minor and appropriate, past the 4 tests of Section 45 of the Planning Act. At this time, I'm available to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to mention that community planning is recommending that if approved, this would be built substantially in accordance with the loft plan and the left and right side elevations. And I believe that's mainly to ensure that the third floor is, if I can call it, hidden in the roof of the building and not a full third floor visible from the street or from the rear. So there is that community planning recommendation. There are also urban forestry conditions. Sir, are you in agreement with both those conditions? To the applicant?
We accept both of those conditions.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions of the applicant? Mr. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I would like to ask 2 questions. Number 1 is, we have 7 variances. My concern is variance number 1 and number 2. Sir, your variance number 1 is FSI, and your 0.77 lot area over 0.6 lot area. That is 22% more than the maximum allowable. Variance number 2, lot coverage 44.5% over 33%. You are 26% over the maximum area allowed. That's my concern. Question number 1. How do you respond?
I was hoping that my presentation touched on that, but I will go back to that, of course, that, 0.77 is, I know there isn't functionally precedence in decisions by the committee, but there are a number of comparables that I mentioned address-wise that exceed that number. And I will go back to the fact that, of course, FSI is a relationship between the house itself and the property. What we're attempting to achieve here is a house with this FSI that is only going to be 2,700 square feet. We don't believe that under today's standards to be unacceptable. The alternative would be 2,100 square feet in compliance. We're hoping to be a little larger on this property. We're conforming to as of right, so we're actually achieving that extra space by building up. That's what we were hoping to get. And I had mentioned that the coverage for the house and the footprint is 35.44%. So although the number seems high when combined with the covered porches, I believe that it's not that far off from the 33% that we're allowed.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Hahn, do you have any other questions? No? Anyone else? No other questions? Okay. I have no questions. Can we hear from the speakers in the room, please? Would you please come to the podium, give your name?
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Northrup. I live at 21 Andale, directly behind and due north of the 24 Lyndale Road property. I'm here today to express my concern about the proposed construction of 24 Lyndale Road, especially regarding the request to exceed the 9-meter height limit. The property is directly backs directly onto mine, and the proposed dimensions exceed the maximum height, length, and width, leading to significant concerns on a relatively small lot. The proposal is particularly significant in that it introduces a third-story feature in a property that is in close proximity to mine. The stark deviation from a neighborhood's established development pattern is quite evident. In contrast to the property mentioned by the architect at 25 Lyndale, which is nearing completion, and 33 Lyndale, presented before this committee in early October, which include those third-story elements he mentioned, but adhere to the 9-meter bylaws. Significantly, both of these properties back onto a golf course, which greatly reduces the privacy and aesthetic impact to the neighboring homes. Notably, the property in question, 24 Lyndale, would be the first in our neighborhood to introduce a third-story element that backs directly onto other homes. A relevant example to consider is a property further down Andale. This project initially proposed a similar third-story development that exceeded the height limit. However, faced with strong community opposition here at the COA committee, the project was redesigned and aligned to align with the 9-meter standard. This significant adjustment was made by the same architect, Hudson, who is responsible for those aforementioned properties at 25 and 33 Lyndale. Hudson, his decision to revise the Andale project was a direct response to the community about privacy and the preservation of the neighborhood. For 24 Lyndale, the proposed dimensions, particularly in height, pose a serious challenge. The increased structure height and size on a small lot backing onto my property would cast long shadows, significantly reducing sunlight and adversely affecting living conditions in my home and garden. This not only impacts the aesthetics, but is also practical enjoyment of my property. I urge the developer of 24 Lyndale to consider these impacts seriously and respect the 9-meter height limit. This approach would demonstrate a consideration for privacy and sunlight access and quality of life for neighborhood houses, including mine. In conclusion, this development, with its request for 7 variants, bears a striking similarity to item 3 on the agenda. I'd like to recommend the committee consider this carefully and suggest a deferment, allowing the builder an opportunity to make an appropriate adjustment to the plan. The proposed development of 24 Lyndale has a substantial impact on privacy and sunlight and the overall character of our neighborhood, particularly for those of us living behind the property. It's essential that these factors are taken into consideration in the decision-making process. Thank you for your attention and for considering the concerns of those directly affected by this. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you confirm your address for me, sir?
21 Andale, directly behind it, north.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good day, committee members, and thank you for your time. My name is Nancy Martins, and I'm the neighbor directly behind the proposed development. I live at 21 Andale. Kevin's my husband. I'm here today to express concerns regarding the 7 variances being sought by 24 LYNNDALE Road. Individually, these might seem minor, but collectively, they represent a significant, massive development in terms of height, width, length, lot coverage, and floor space index, and the resulting project should not be considered a minor variance. The variances that concern me, due to their potential impact to set a precedent, and because they also impact my home directly, are the height and the number of stories. The city zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 9 meters and a maximum of 2 stories. While there are instances of 3-story structures nearby, they manage to stay below the 9-meter height limit. These houses have respected this limit, and more importantly, they back onto a golf course. There are no houses in the neighborhood above 9 meters or that have 3 stories that back onto other houses. This would be the first. I want to impress upon you that these are not large-sized lots, so the height of the proposed structure will block sunlight, the morning sunlight coming into the back of my home. I've recently rebuilt my home with the intention of aging in place, or as my husband puts it, they will need to take me out in a coffin. My rebuild has maintained the footprint of the old bungalow house, and we added windows along the back main floor because I love the sunlight streaming into the house. This is one of the main reasons for loving where I live. The light is perfect, and it makes me happy. A 3rd story and a rebuild above the permitted 9 meters means that the morning sunlight will be impeded from entering my home. It would impact me and my family daily and forever. It's not a construction impact that I'm concerned about. This is a forever impact. It directly and substantially impacts my enjoyment of my property. Committee members, I refer you to the cover letter from the applicant included in the file, and it's titled, "Reasons It Is Not Possible to Comply." I have many issues with this short note, primarily because it minimizes the impacts of the requested variances, and it makes it seem that it's impossible to follow bylaws. Let me just highlight one area where the cover letter states something like, the height and 3rd-story variances are related to 3rd-story living space, and the 3rd floor living space is thoughtfully concealed at the front elevation, buried within the massing of the roof. When viewing the home from the street, the home appears to be a 2-story structure, and the letter goes on to say that 3 stories is common in the area. So this reasoning seems very thoughtful when it comes to the front elevations and look, but gives absolutely no consideration to impacts to the neighbors in the back, neither in terms of the visual or the sunlight impacts. Why is it that the appearance in the front is important for the streets and for people walking on the street and for the neighbors in front, but not to the neighbors in the back? I am the one with the sunlight impacts, and forever. Also, it's extremely misleading to state that a 3rd story is common in this area, when there are absolutely no 3rd stories in this context in this neighborhood. A house with a 3rd story closely backing onto another house would be entirely new. Can we please not normalize this and not set a precedent? Houses closely backing onto other houses should not have 3rd stories or be above the 9 meters and resulting in disruption in access to sunlight. I just don't see how it's justifiable to allow a family's desire for a building at a height greater than permissible and adding a story, again, greater than permissible, at the direct cost of my family's property enjoyment. Sunlight is my simple pleasure. It's priceless, and as I age and become less mobile, it will be even more valuable to me. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration and deliberation of this matter and respectfully request that the development be limited to the maximum height of 9 meters, which is aligned with the city's bylaw. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm just checking your address is number 21, and so you're to the north and a bit to the northwest of this property, are you? And you
yes,
are
just
right next door to the northeast.
Just north west slightly.
Yeah.
Like our back property line pretty much meets, except for a small portion of a couple meters or a meter or so.
Okay, so you're 21 and you were 20. Okay.
So the sun rises behind this 24 and comes into my back of the house.
And your issue is height and sunlight. So That's why I
Yes.
was wanting to double check the compass.
Yes.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both the speakers. Also, I reviewed the letter from you, especially mentioning that you have the feel it's going to be like the height, like you have the concerns that somebody is looking over to your property, right? The height is there. Now, my question is just I want to understand a little bit in more clarity. If I go to the variance, the height is 9.72 meter. Just assume, just for sake of discussion purpose, if this height is reduced to 9 meter, is it going to resolve the issue which you mentioned over here? And second is, I'm asking this question, maybe it's not maybe the height or is the design of the house, because I can see there is a lot of open areas or windows both at the front elevation and the rear elevation as well as on the side. So maybe the design is totally different. Due to that, it is impacting your privacy. So is that the height is the only or some other
Yes,
factors?
the height, I mean, as you see, there are developments around and people want to build bigger houses, and I understand, and other things have been approved in the past. So I don't even want to go into arguing about all these 7 variances. I'm really here focusing on the stories and the height. Like the 3 stories is not normal in this neighborhood, and none back onto a house. So this would be you approving the first time in this neighborhood, the idea that 3 stories is permissible forever. So it starts with 1, and then my other houses nearby, my neighbors will all probably likely be doing it, and I can't argue it anymore. I'm trying to be here to argue it early. That we're comparing it to houses that back onto the golf course with 3 stories. But yes, height is my issue. If it's below the 9 meters or at the 9 meters, which is permissible, I am fine with it. I can't argue. It's the bylaw. I'm okay with that. I'm going to live with it. It will still impact changes to the sunlight and when it shines in my house, but at least it's not above the 9 meters, and every single centimeters is additional impacts of sunlight, reduced sunlight or any sunlight potential in the early mornings in my house. So the height, I would be satisfied with it at 9 meters.
Thank you so much. And the other 2 properties on the sides of these proposed property, they are 2-story, right? Both of them, and it's looked like a huge structure there. So how you compare their heights? Are they 9 meter and they are not impacting your the concerns which will be because of this building?
Correct. The other ones are maintained at 9 meters, and when the sun is rising in the winter, it's directly in front of 24 Andale for LYNNDALE for me, and that's where the impact is. And I will just have to accept 9 meters, that's what the city's rules allow, and I'm totally fine with that. But I don't think anything above the 9 meters is justified. I mean, these are large homes already and small postage stamp type lots, not like the ones backing onto the golf course, for example.
Any other questions? No? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Back to the applicant. Do you wish to?
Through the chair, there's another speaker.
Okay.
You may wish to ask the WebEx host if that speaker is, the status of that speaker.
Sorry, do we have another speaker online?
Through the chair, we were unable to contact Stephen Henderson.
Okay. I have 3 speakers who are virtual. Now, we've had 2 of them. I'm not sure that the 3rd person has shown up.
Through the chair, 3 speakers were in person. The one person, which for the record we checked, was supposed to be attending in person, and they are not in attendance. As we've heard, that person is. We've tried contacting that person. The person is not available. So you may wish to move on to the applicant now.
Okay. So we've heard from. We've heard from Ms. Martins, and is it Mr. Henderson? Northrop. Okay. And is your address 21 Annandale? Okay. All right. So, two speakers. And the third one it has not shown up. Okay, back to the applicant. To the applicant, this is your time to comment further on this issue. I believe the main issue is a concern with height.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Can I ask for slide number 4, please, of my presentation? I respect that Kevin and Nancy, they're both at 21 Annandale. They're concerned about the height at the rear. So again, we tried to do our best to try to maintain the appearance of a 2-story home. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is the right side elevation. You'll see where the 3rd story projection is beyond the roof in there. You can't quite see it here. Maybe if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the 3rd story projection is set back. So we are, as of right, allowed to build the back wall of that house at 7.5 meters. We've chosen to build it at 10.5. The wall of the upper story addition there is 13.5. So we're 13.5 away from the rear property line. Can I then ask you to advance to slide number 14, please? Sorry, 15. Okay, so slide number 15. You'll see here that the upper left corner, that is number 21 Annandale in the rear yard there. You'll see that the existing home, which is to the peak of the existing home, is just a little shorter than the neighboring home at 22. But the neighboring home at 22, from our survey information that we have, is slightly over 9 meters to the peak of that gable. Our design has hip roofs, which means it slopes away. You'll see the shadow that's cast from our house into the rear yard here. It's still nowhere close to the neighboring property. You'll see there's vegetation that screens our property from the rear property. So that's 21 Annandale in the upper left corner, lower left corner over there. So, you know, I think we've made an attempt to keep the upper story concealed within the attic space. It's slightly taller. And then maybe, sorry, if you could go back two slides to, sorry, if you go to slide number 12, please. And slide number 12 will show you, it says 25 Annandale in the upper right corner there. That's not 25, that's mistaken. It's actually 33 Annandale. That's showing you a similar scenario. We also have other homes that I quoted directly on LYNNDALE. Sorry, that's LYNNDALE. And they also have similar 3rd story features. So I'm a little surprised that Nancy was mentioning that we're breaking a precedence by building this, because there is, we do have statistical information that shows that on other properties. Again, it's only going to result in a floor space, a used livable floor space of 2,700 square feet. The properties are small, and you know we're all trying to get a little extra house on these properties. We're hoping that you'd agree that we've done our best to try to make that happen. But that would be my response to both Nancy and Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, do we have any further questions? No? To the applicant, could you just refresh my memory as to how many square feet you have in that 3rd floor?
Yeah, I believe it is, I'll tell you exactly what that is. It is 214.9. So 215 square feet is in the 3rd floor upper loft area.
And the upper loft, how far is it back from the rear of the second floor?
3 meters back from the wall of the rear wall of the existing, of the house that we're proposing. But again, that is in itself 10.5, where we're allowed to be 7.5. So 13.5 is the full setback to the rear wall of that upper loft, where 7.5 would be the setback limit.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So, committee, no questions? Okay, let's start off with your thoughts.
Chair, I would like to circle back. Can we bring up the diagram that shows the distance between the proposal by the applicant and the folks that just spoke? So the backyard fence.
Through the chair, just to clarify, do you mean the applicant's presentation material?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's, I'm looking for
There's a map on A2. Sorry, slide 2 of my presentation. That one there.
I think there's another one that's probably a little bit better. And
So just to clarify, Chair, I'm trying to just get a substantive visual on what the proposal will be in proximity to the folks that spoke from 21 Andale, pardon me. I just want to see that visually. I know the numbers, but I want to see it.
I'm looking at page number 36, which seems to show the building outline, the third floor, and then it shows the distance. It doesn't show the actual distance, but gives a configuration to the property line.
Okay, and to confirm, Chair, the distance is what? Perhaps I should redirect, Chair, to the applicant. What's the distance?
I'm sorry, we're into committee.
13.5 meters from the rear property line.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I will point out that you can see in our site plan that the alignment of the rear wall of our house is effectively in line with the adjacent property just to the right of us. Number 26.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? All right, shall we take this into committee now for discussion? Let's start off with some comments, because I think the issue here really is the third floor and the height of that and the impact on the properties to the north. We don't have any shadow drawings. We don't usually deal with shadow drawings when we're dealing with single-family dwellings. But our neighbors to the north have indicated a concern. Any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, the struggle is as this committee's member that I see the conditions imposed by the people we rely on as a committee, the experts from planning, et cetera, and the other various departments. But I also understand from the presentation that, you know, the scope and size of this proposal at 3 stories concerns how it's going to affect that neighborhood. So for me, it's a balance trying to find what would be essentially the decision, because of this balance of equal request, if you will, one wanting to preserve, one wanting to expand. So that's a comment I just want to throw out as I continue to reflect.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have a comment too at this. I'm a little concerned about the story as has been addressed. I know that there are other properties in Birchcliff generally, and as you've mentioned, there's properties overlooking the golf course, but they don't have any issues with height or shadow. So this one is an application where there has been some attempt to address the shadow by ensuring that the third floor is not to the edges of the building, but enclosed within the building. And there is a condition that would require that to happen. So it's really a question of balancing. There will be an impact of even the 2 stories, a new 2-story building on you. I'm sort of looking at that third floor, which seems to be the only issue dealing with this application, and debating how big an issue is it. I know it's an issue for the people in the room, but when it's constructed, is that still a big issue, or is the sunlight and concern that you've got, is that going to be impacted by trees in the backyard or fences? In any case, that this really is not going to make that much difference. We don't really know. It's a good guess. So in terms of the stories, what is the comments of my other committee members? Are you okay with it? I certainly agree that if we approve it, it needs to be tightened and held to the design in front of us. Any comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to know one thing through you from the applicant. Is he aware of?
Through the chair, we're in, the panel is in committee. It's too late.
You can ask me. I can't ask the applicant. The applicant can no longer discuss. We're in committee.
Okay.
Okay. But ask the question anyways.
Thank you, madam. I just want to know that is the applicant is aware of the letter that has been, that report has been submitted by the staff. Is he aware of the content and condition?
I believe he is, and I believe he's agreed to the condition.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That answers it. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. I'm looking for a motion. If it's of any benefit to committee members, we have had motions where they approve all items with the exception of the third floor, or they approve the entire application. It's a different one.
Still, we are not in the motion state, Madam Chair. That's a good point. We can consider it partial approval of that. But the thing is, even if the third floor is not there, for example, as you said, or we don't, should the committee decided not to approve that, the height will remain the same. And if the height remain the same, which is 9.7, the concerns of the speakers was the height issue. So that will remain the same there. So I don't think so. Removing the third floor, yes, both of them are variances, but it's not going to resolve the main issues.
So the height of 9.7 meters and the 3 stories are the 2 items that really are impacted here. Yeah, that's a good point. And I did ask how many square feet was in that third floor. It's 214 square feet. So it's not a huge room up there. So it's not the overlook so much as what it does in terms of shadow and that concern. Okay. So does that help us at all? We need a resolution.
In that case, Madam Chair, I will say if the applicant consider the height of the building to be reduced or to be revised, that could be one of the options.
So you're suggesting that the 9.7 meter height be eliminated, really? Go back to the 9 meters?
Or it could be reduced, could bring back to close to 9 meter, or it could be a little bit higher if the design requirements are like that. So if the height is reduced, of course, the third floor is going to be eliminated. And as you said, 240 square meter?
214 square feet.
Square feet, so there, yeah.
It's a fairly small.
Yeah.
Well, we can't ask the applicant anymore. We can approve it. I believe we can modify it. Or we can approve everything with the exception of the building height. It's a tough one. So committee, we need to think a bit more and talk a bit more.
Madam Chair, if you allow, I can move a motion over here if the other members agree.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I put forward motion for partial approval of this application where variance number 3, which is pertaining to the height of the building, is not approved, subject to community planning and urban forestry conditions.
But we would allow 3 stories, which is also a variance.
Through the chair, if that motion gets carried, then the community planning condition cannot be applied because it's tying it to plans. And that plan is based on the requested height as currently proposed.
So if we didn't give the 9.7 meter height, then the condition that the plan and that third floor be set back cannot be enforced by community planning. Is that correct?
That's correct, because they're basing it on that increased height, the 9.72.
Okay. Good input here. So we're back to the height variance at 9 meters. But then community planning could not finalize with this plan and with the setbacks on the 3rd story. But I believe you're still going with 3 stories.
That's, we are not touching to that, Madam Chair. Okay. I am not touching on that variance in my motion. So
okay.
That's the partial approval is all the variances except variance number 3, and we will take out the condition of the community planning in that case. So there will be only condition from the urban forestry then.
All right. So I have a motion to approve the application with the exception of the variance for the height at 9.7 meters. And everything else would be approved, and it would not be subject to the community planning condition. All those in favor?
Chair, I'll
Oh,
second
sorry, I
that.
need a seconder. Thank you.
I'll second, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Okay, the motion is carried.
Through the chair,
The-
did you vote?
No.
You are opposed, or did
Sorry.
you vote?
I'm going to be opposed to the motion.
Okay, so you need to also say opposed and then put up your hand. Or indicate that you are opposed for the record.
Okay. Okay, I am opposed for the record. Let me summarize what we've done here. We have approved the application. We have approved 3 stories. We have refused the height variance of 9.7, so the height has to be 9 meters. And we have withdrawn the community planning requirement that be built substantially in accordance with the plan that's in front of them. So,
Through the chair, it's also subject to urban forestry conditions?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I have a moved by Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Stinson, and 3 in favor and 1 opposed. And I'm going to, for the residents, explain why I'm opposed, because I have more faith in community planning being able to achieve what you're looking for than I have in just reducing the height. But my opinion, no longer valid. So, all right. Thank you. We will proceed to item number 13, 28 Clawson Drive. I forgot to say thank you to the applicant. Thank you, sir, for your input. Okay, 28 Clawson Drive is an application to construct a rear yard storage shed, and there's 1 variance required. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to number 28 Clawson Drive? No? Okay. I don't have anyone listed other than the applicant. Is the applicant online? Thank you. So
Everyone, Madam Chair. No.
Okay, I read out the variance. Yes, Mr. Sir, would you identify your name and address? And then would you proceed?
My name is Dennis Sintic of Dennis Sintic Architect, 15 Windermere Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. I'm the agent for the property owner at 28 Clawson Drive. The application is to legalize and maintain, it's actually 2 existing sheds. There were 2 it's 1 variance for 2 sheds, both minor in nature. So we're looking to seek a relief for those 2 variances, both rear yard setbacks. Shed A, if you have the site plan in front of you or on your screen, Shed A is a storage shed to the north of the property. Requires a 1.64 meter rear yard setback. The as-built condition has a rear yard setback of 1 meter. Shed C, which is to the south of the property, requires a rear yard setback of 1.6 meters. The as-built condition has a rear yard setback of 1.25 meters. The owners did obtain letters of support from both immediate neighbors of 26 and 30 CLOSSON Drive, including 33, 37, and 39 Cedar View Drive, respectively, at the to the west at the rear. We're of the opinion that the application meets the 4 tests as set out in Section 45 of the Planning Act, and that the variances are minor in nature. And if the committee has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the applicant? No? Okay. Is the committee willing to go into committee now? Okay, committee wants to go into committee. Do I have a motion? Mr. Said, no, sorry, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only one variance in front of us, minor in nature. I move that this application be approved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hahn. That's a motion for approval. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Sir, your application has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next application on Lawrence Avenue East was deferred, so we are now on application number 15, 515 Rouge Hills Drive. This is an application to construct a 2-story side addition, a 1-story front addition, and a new covered front porch. The drawings that we received actually provide a good indication of where all these additions are. Is the applicant in the audience? Sorry. I have the applicant on virtual, sorry. It's the applicant online. Thank you. And I have the owner also on virtual. Is there anyone in the audience to speak to 515 Rouge Hills Drive? Seeing nothing? Okay. Back to the applicant. Sir, can I have your name for the record, please, and your address?
My name is Ozan Stambuk. I'm at 15 Moreland Road.
Thank you. Okay. What is the wish of the committee? Do you wish a presentation? Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Chair, I think a bit of a presentation might be in order because of the conditions.
Okay. All right. Can we have a short? You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, sir. Would you please proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for this opportunity to present this application. We have a unique lot with a house that is set well back from the required front yard setback, and we are adding and modifying to this existing house, and that is why we have the variance for the depth, which appears large on paper, but is actually provoked by an existing situation. It would be actually possible to avoid this variance by demolishing the existing house and building a new house closer to the front property line, but this would be, as you can imagine, much, much more expensive and disruptive to the various flora and fauna of this beautiful property. Many, many more trees would have to be removed. And speaking of trees, we have gone over the reports from TRCA, Ravine Natural Feature Protection, and we're in full agreement with the conditions and requirements of approval if it should be granted. Likewise, if we move the house up a little bit more forward, the length variance would change, but potentially not by much, because I'm not 100% sure to what amount, since it is an extremely complicated method to arrive at the length calculation on this shape of lot. When you have a rectangular lot, it's quite straightforward and simple. You basically measure from the front wall to the back wall. But when you have this shape of lot with a curved front property line and a complete mess of property lines in the back, you actually measure from the front wall that is closest to the front property line to the rear wall that is closest to the rear property line, along with some other exceptions there. So this is why we went through the zoning review and arrived at that figure that was stated by the zoning examiner. But basically, the way I understand it, that the length of the house is basically being measured diagonally across the entire house shape. So it's very much not the length. It's very much not accurate. Not a realistic representation of the house, but it's kind of the variance we end up with. So in that sense, we're kind of arriving at these variances due to the existing nature of the house and the existing nature of the lot. So we're here for those reasons, but otherwise I think the application is minor. We don't have a floor area variance, we don't have a coverage variance or height or anything. So it's something that's going to fit this lot, and I believe it meets the 4 tests, and it's minor. But I'm happy to answer any other questions you have.
Any questions? I have a comment here. I see the setback from this stable top of bank is 0, but I believe, and perhaps the applicant can just confirm, I believe that is the existing garage on the most probably southerly portion of the lot. So your proposal has nothing to do with adding to that portion of the house. It's an existing condition. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. And it's in fact because we are modifying the existing roof of the house and modifying some of the existing walls to increase ceiling height, to modernize this structure. That is why we are, and that is kind of being officially considered as an addition. That is why we're having that 0 meter setback. But we've taken pains to make sure that actually we're well set back from that stable top of bank, and on top of that there will be some measures taken so that the additions are built in a way that is sensitive to the ravine features of the lot and doesn't disturb the existing topography or soil.
Okay, thank you. I understand that community planning are suggesting a condition that be built substantially in accordance with the plans that we see, and that TRCA have been out there. They have said they are satisfied, but a permit would be required. So, committee, do I have any questions to the applicant? Mr. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you already raised the question that I would like to ask. My concern has been and always is this 0 from this stable top bank conditions requires 10 meter. It's very horrifying. Now, I don't know how to accept this one. And also, it is also existing condition. So I'm a little bit baffled between the existing condition and new condition. So I would request through you, madam, that how does the applicant see this situation?
Okay. To the applicant, would you elaborate a little bit more on the 0 meter setback from the stable top of bank and where that is and how this application is before us, or why we have this variance before us?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair, and through you, Madam Chair. I thought, how can I make it more obvious? So basically, the reason we have a 0 meter setback.
This is an existing situation, correct? So that 0 meter setback
Yes.
is existing. and you're not doing anything to that side of the building. Is that correct?
No, that part is the reason we have a 0-meter setback is because we're modifying the roof on that existing house. And as soon as we're modifying the roof, this triggers that 0-meter setback variance because it's now considered an addition, even though it's not. So thank you very much for asking me to clarify that, because that is a very important point about this whole application, is that we cannot have anything we do to that existing roof, if we extend the walls on that garage, we're having that variance. But the very, very key important point here is that we are not touching the foundation of that existing house, which would then be a very severe variance if you were 0-meter setback from the stable top of bank and you were digging and doing all sorts of things to the foundation. That's why they are requiring 10 meters, right? To respect that ravine issue that is arised there. So we are not touching the foundation. This is only because we are modifying some of the existing walls and roof to like I said, to modernize this house, because it's a beautiful old cottage situation, but it doesn't really fit with the modern times, and the roof will be raised.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Madam, I don't want to go into building department's area, so it is better whatever he has said is enough for me for the time.
You're satisfied, are you? Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? No? Okay, are we ready to go into committee? Okay, we're in committee. Any comments? Any motions?
Just a comment on this 0-meter from the stable top of bank. Madam Chair, I was looking at the TRCA report, and which has concluded that it is this development is adequately set back from the hazard feature and within the existing limits of developments. So I think that answers our concerns on that. There is nothing dangerous or nothing hazard there for this
Right.
development.
And TRCA are the agency that would be charged with that determination.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Stinson?
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve this application based on the conditions from the Conservation Authority, Urban Forestry, and Community Planning.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
I don't see the condition from the Urban Forestry, but I do second the motion as far as...
Through the chair, it's ravine and natural area protection.
Yeah. RNFP, TRCA, and community planning conditions are there.
Okay. Seconder? Okay. Moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Seed, that the application be approved, subject to the conditions from community planning, from urban forestry and ravine and natural features, and that it's noted that TRCA will require a permit, but that's not a condition. Okay, all those in favor?
Through the chair, that is a condition. Is it not, through the way it was moved by Member Said?
It's a TRCA is a condition.
It's a condition? Okay. They need to get a permit regardless. Okay, so we'll clarify that TRCA is, a permit is required, and so that's a condition. Okay, all those in favor? That matter is approved. All in favor. Thank you very much, sir. Your application has been approved. Okay, we're moving on to the consent and variance applications. The first application we have is for 51 Morningside Avenue. I have listed the applicant as Jonathan Benowski. I'm not sure I've pronounced that correctly, Jonathan. Close, hopefully. And I have 4 neighbors listed as in the audience. There are 5. Okay. So those neighbors that are listed in the audience, Jonathan is not here? No. Would you come down to the podium? There's a bench down there to sit. We'll have to first hear from the applicant. Is the applicant online?
You gotta push
Thank you.
the button.
Okay. Okay, this is an application for consent to sever the existing property into 3 parcels with a cross-reference for a minor variance applications, similarly 3 minor variance applications. The parcels are Part 2 with a frontage of 11.11 meters and an area of 396.1 meters square on Morningside Avenue. The second property will have, and it's considered a retained property, it's technicality, so have a frontage of 11.11 meters squared, and, 11.11 meters, and an area of 396.5 meters squared. And the third property is is on Back Street. I just need to find the name of that street. Gray Abbey. Third property has frontage on Gray Abbey, and that property, if severed, will have a frontage of 19.29 meters and an area of 588 meters square. Mr. Berskowski, there is some question about.
Through the chair, the applicant's name is Jonathan Benikowski.
Say that again.
Jonathan Benikowski. You can ask. You can ask him. He's online.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just not pronouncing his name correctly.
Jonathan Benikowski.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. That's correct, Mr. Ramdale.
I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. I believe Jonathan Benowkowski. Let me see. I apologize for incorrectly pronouncing your name.
No problem, Madam Chair.
Okay. Now, sir, I can do that one. I believe there's some question as to what these 3 lots are for. And in looking at the application, the notice states that the application is for 3 lots, which is, sorry. The consent application is for 3 lots. The wording of the notice says that the lot to be conveyed, Part 2, will be redeveloped as the site of a new duplex dwelling requiring variances. Similarly, it says for the other ones that what you are proposing here is 3 duplex dwellings. Looking at the plans, I think that is in error. I think you are proposing 2 single-family detached lots and either a duplex or a semi-detached onto Mayfield, onto Gray Abbey Trail. But I need you to confirm that, sir.
Well, Madam Chair, I may not need to confirm that because I was on the AIC and I too am a little confused by what some of the neighbors have written that came in this morning. So I'm actually here, Madam Chair, to request a deferral to speak with them about the proposal. I did send an email a couple of weeks ago to an individual in the neighborhood. I did not hear back from that individual. And on the AIC today has posted some recent comments of what the proposal actually is. So I am going to be requesting a deferral, Madam Chair, to speak with the neighbors. I also am happy if you wish for me to briefly review the application, not present it, but just explain what the application is.
I'm not sure that we need that. If we're going to have a deferral, as I said, I've identified that there are errors in the, or what I believe are errors in the description of what is being proposed. And I don't think it's of anyone's benefit to consider an application that I believe has some errors in it. You've identified may not be exactly what the applicant is doing. It's unfortunate that we do have people in the audience and that we are considering a deferral. But I think that probably is most appropriate. With a deferral, Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, if I could just, I really hate to interrupt you there. I just did want to make one comment to something you said there, if that's possible, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't believe the notices are incorrect. I believe the notices are in fact correct. What I think it is this is a very unique lot, and I think that's what's maybe created some of the confusions with them. But I am not of the belief that the notices are incorrect. I believe the notices are correct. But again, it is a unique lot with a unique situation. And I believe that some possible consultation with the neighbors would greatly help myself understand their concerns and maybe help them understand the proposal a little bit better.
Can I have the Secretary Treasurer, because we looked at this earlier.
Through the chair, my understanding is that the variances proposed are based on a zoning review, and they have been transcribed correctly in the public hearing notice. It's the purpose section of the notice, which refers to duplexes being proposed, and the reason why this was identified in the public hearing notices is it was based on the information that was included in the architectural plans, which refer to it as duplex. It has no material issue on the variances being requested. The applicant you may wish to confirm with the applicant that in fact detached dwellings with accessory, like a basement unit, are in fact, or accessory units are for each dwelling are being proposed for each of the 3 dwelling units, for the record. And if that's the case, then we will revise the purpose. Should the committee approve this application, we will revise that purpose in the notice of decision.
Okay, I've got two items here. I believe that the notice is somewhat misleading because it talks about new duplex, and that isn't, to my understanding, what the application is for. And secondly, the applicant has asked for a deferral to speak to the community and perhaps clarify his proposal a little better. So if the applicant is asking for a deferral because he wants to talk to the people in the community, basically our position is that we would grant that deferral. So
Through the
can I
chair,
have-
I maybe misinterpreted what the applicant was requesting. You may wish to ask, just to be clear, before you do any motion, just clarify with the applicant that that is in fact his intention.
Okay, to the applicant. There are questions about your application. And I have some questions about the application in terms of the terminology that has been used. I know that you are an applicant, you're a very well-experienced applicant, but having read the report, I had some difficulty with it. It took me quite some time to try to figure out what it was. I don't think, sir, to your credit, it is your error so much as the drawings are mislabeled. And so the drawings itself talk about duplex. I looked at this one much too many hours than what I should. But that was my concern. There's a resident who wrote in, spent a lot of time also looking at this, and he raised a number of questions. So I wasn't able to answer those questions. I don't know if that's the same resident as you wish to contact. I think sir, we're in your hands. Do you want a deferral or do you want to proceed with the presentation? We have people in the audience here who have concerns.
Just to speak to two things with that, Madam Chair. I don't believe there's an error in the plans. Duplexes are permitted under the multiplex zoning bylaw that is now in effect in the city. So the word duplex is specifically identified in the zoning bylaw for multiplex that is, again, permitted at this property. I'm happy to speak to the neighbors about that. We would like a deferral, but the word duplex is what is identified in the multiplex zoning bylaw specifically for a two-family dwelling. The idea about, I don't want to go into the history of it, Madam Chair, but yes, we will be requesting a deferral, but it will be a duplex, which is permitted in this area, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think it's a shame that we've got people here, but I think to make it clear to everyone, the applicant is asking for a deferral. I would appreciate that the applicant has the opportunity to proceed with this deferral, that the community planning staff will have the opportunity to clarify to Committee of Adjustment members the exact zoning, because they're the experts, not us, and that he would have the opportunity to speak to the community about your concerns that you've already raised. So, saying all of that, I have a request from the applicant for a deferral. Do I have a motion for deferral?
Chair,
Through the chair, before you do that, you may wish to, by a head nod, confirm with the residents who've attended here whether they are a yes or no, whether they're in support of the deferral before you consider the request.
Okay. To the residents, the only thing in front of you now is, are you in agreement to a deferral? And if you are not, then I'd ask that you speak to us with your name and address and explain why you don't agree to a deferral.
Through the chair,
You
it's
cannot
not,
talk about
it's
this.
not, it's either yes or no. It's not deliberation. This is not deliberation.
Okay, if you let me finish, I was just going to say that you cannot talk about the application. All we're talking about, deferral or not deferral. So, is there anyone here, we'll make it simpler, so we don't need to do this forever. Anyone here who objects to a deferral of this application? I see. It will come back to this committee. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay. The applicant has...
I understand the concept of what a deferral means, but I'm not understanding why. I also don't want to be bullied by a very clever man around a property that's not unique. It's just a very large rectangle. So
Okay.
I need to understand from a technical point of view what's being deferred and why.
Okay. We have an application for consent and 3 variances. That application is in front of the committee for a determination whether we would approve or refuse those applications. The applicant has requested a deferral, which often happens when there are issues that are raised by the community that the applicant wants to address. There will be, if it's deferred and the applicant still wishes to proceed with his application, there will be another hearing sometime in 2024, I can't give you a date, where we look at this application all over again. It will be a new report, and the existing report that's in front of us that you've all seen will be attached. So you've seen in some of the other reports that we get 100 pages, 5 new and 95 of the same. So that is what will happen. I believe everyone that was notified the first time round will receive a new notice. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary Treasurer?
That is correct.
Yes. So you'll still have your time in court if you like, but it's going to be in 2024 if we agree to the deferral. And if you have a concern, the concern can only be addressed to the deferral, not to the application itself. I know. Okay, anyone wishing to speak to the deferral? No. Okay.
Through the chair, there's also someone registered virtually as well, a neighbor.
I do have a 5th person. Is the 5th person online?
Through the chair, Stacy, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. I oppose the deferral.
Okay. You are a resident of the area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you oppose the deferral. Okay, well, thank you very much for your opinion.
Thank you.
If the applicant has asked for a deferral, whether it's a deferral or not is a decision of the committee itself. So bearing in mind that the applicant wants a deferral, bearing in mind that we have a number of people in the audience who have not objected to the deferral, but we do have one resident who is objected to the deferral. What is the wish of the committee?
Chair, I'd like to answer that. So thank you, good folks, for coming out today. It is in the purview of the applicant to ask for a deferral. This committee can make a decision on that, and we've heard your voices by a nod of heads, and we've heard from Stacy. I move that we, in good faith, because of the applicant expression of why he wants the deferral, we approve the deferral.
Okay. The seconder?
I second the motion.
Okay. I have a motion.
Through the chair, just for the record, I just want to make sure, defer at the request of the applicant, sine die to allow further consultation with the neighbors.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's a,
To confirm the, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. Yes, to confer with the neighbors.
I second the motion.
okay. I have a motion by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Hahn, all in favor of a deferral. Mr. Sade, all are in opposition? Okay. So we have 3 in favor of a deferral, 1 in opposition. Thank you very much to the residents that have shown up. It's unfortunate that we didn't hear the whole thing today, but I think there's a number of issues that still need to be discussed. And you will receive a notice.
Madam Chair, did you receive my letter, Frank Leatherdale?
Pardon?
My letter of protest, Frank Leatherdale?
I believe I have received everything that was submitted. I would just have to take a quick look at, I did receive a letter from, okay. I have about a 4 or 5 page letter of objection.
Yeah.
And
Can I make a comment about this building he wants to build with
no,
a flat?
I'm sorry, we're not talking about it anymore.
Well, I'm concerned of water
Yes, when you come back, and
going in my basement.
definitely come back. You can raise that concern. You've raised a number of good concerns in this letter. The one thing, you're the gentleman that wrote the letter. I want to tell you, I took 2 hours, an hour 2 days ago, and an hour again the next day, because I couldn't make head nor tail of this. But I read your letter very carefully. I was very pleased to see that you spent a lot of time researching this, and that you picked up the variance on the Morningside way out in Swansea has nothing to do with this application. So commend you for your effort on doing all of that. Hope to see you in 2024. Okay, we're moving on to item, should be moving on to item 17, correct? Yeah. Item 17, 21 Bexford Boulevard. I have someone in person and I have the agent on virtual. Let's just, let me, can I, okay, I see you're slowly making your way out. Okay. Item 17A is a consent application and 2 variance applications for 21 Wexford Boulevard. The application is for consent, is to create 2 new parcels of land with a frontage of 11.47 meters and an area of 545 meters squared. The same frontage and lot area for both parcels. And the variances are to allow a dwelling unit to be erected on both parcels, subject to some minor changes to the zoning bylaw. So, going back, is the applicant online? Yes, thank you very much. So, Mr. Romano, you're online, and I have a neighbor in the audience, a Miss Barbara O'Reilly.
Through the chair, we have her online instead.
Okay, good. All right. So this is an application for consent and variance. To the committee, are you comfortable in considering this application for consent and the two variance applications as one full item, or do you want to address the consent application first and then deal with the variances?
Madam Chair, I will prefer the consent application first and the minor variances followed by that.
Okay.
Through the chair, like typically, the committees deal with the applications together. It's one item. If the panel wishes to do separate motions for the consent application and separate motions for the minor variance application, that's generally how it's usually considered. But the panel in the past, panels in Toronto in the past usually deal with this as one item.
All right, we have heard from the Secretary Treasurer. I believe this panel in the past has considered this two different ways. If we feel that this is an application where the consent and variances are intricately tied, and we are comfortable dealing with it all as one application, we proceed that way. Secondly, as we have at the last meeting, we had an application for consent that we were not happy with. We refused the consent application, and we didn't consider the variances other than to refuse them because they didn't comply. So, going back with number 17A, what is the wish of the committee? Shall we deal with 17A? Let me just read out the... So the consent application is to create two lots, each with a frontage of 11.47 meters and an area of 545 meters squared. The variance applications are, I believe, identical for both lots. They're not quite identical, I remember now. But are essentially to give a lot frontage, lot area, and then a second variance for the side yard, for the front yard setback. So let's proceed with the consent application and the variances all as one. They're intricately tied. We don't have a lot of variances to discuss here. Okay? All right, so we're going to deal with the consent application and the two variances. All is one. We have the applicant, Mr. Franco Romano. He's online. Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Would you give us your name again and your address, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Franco Romano, Action Planning Consultants, 321 Lakeshore.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't believe, is there anyone in the, just a second, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter? No, okay. And we have a person online who wishes to speak to this matter. Okay, sir, do you wish to give a presentation?
Yes, very briefly, I think this application will help in that regard. And if staff can bring up my my 2 slides, I'd really appreciate that. While staff is doing that, I'll just describe for the committee. I know I'm familiar with the area, but the site is located within a detached residential neighborhood. It's located about midway between Pharmacy Avenue and Warden Avenue. That's located, thank you, staff. That's located, there's a key map there in the upper right of my slide number 1, just north of Eglinton Avenue East. And you'll see that in the property map, in the middle map, that the area does consist of a rectangular lotting pattern on a grid street network. And the lotting pattern is a bit irregular in terms of lot depth and lot frontages. And what you'll see is the subject site, the subject property, is one of the largest lots within the neighborhood. In the lower right of the slide number 1, you'll see that the zoning bylaw basically is a carryover. It's a very old bylaw that's being carried over into bylaw 569/2013 as an exception. And it says that minimum lot frontage and the minimum lot area is that which exists on the day that the bylaw was enacted. So for example, a property that's a couple of doors to the north of the subject site or a couple of doors to the south that has a lot area of 390 square meters and change and a lot frontage of 12 meters, that is the required lot frontage in the lot area. So the proposal before the panel today is to take this lot, which is one of the largest lots. I believe there's only a couple of other lots that are as large or larger than the subject site, and divide it into 2. And if you look at the left-hand side property context map, what I'm doing here is illustrating along the street in just the same block, so the immediate context, as well as the adjoining streets, that over 99% of the properties within this area, this is illustrative of the broader neighborhood, over 99% are smaller than the lot is today in terms of lot area. And those are marked with a star, a magenta star. In terms of lot frontage, 97.6% of lots are smaller in lot frontage than what exists today. So that just reconfirms what we see on the property map and what I articulated already, that the subject site is one of the largest lots. When we look at what is being proposed at 11.47 meters lot frontage and 545.4 square meter lot area, the proposal is closer to what currently exists in a more prevailing condition. So in terms of lot area, those lots that are 545.4 square meters, or rather less than that, is represented by 76% of the lots. And that is a significant number, and we'll see that there's quite a few of them actually on Wexford Boulevard itself. Now, the range of lot frontages within the area is 12 meters to 31.9 meters. So the proposal of 11.47 meters is slightly smaller than the smallest lot frontage in the area, but it is indistinguishably smaller. And it's very much in keeping with what is found on the street. Three properties just north of the subject site. They are at 12 meters, 12.1 meters. We go next door, we'll see 13 meters and 15.4 meters, as well as lot areas that are very comparable to what is being proposed. So in terms of lot size, both in terms of frontage and lot area, what is being proposed is more in keeping with the modest lot size character that's found on Wexford Boulevard and within the surrounding neighborhood. And in terms of the variances, the only variances that are before this panel are for lot frontage and lot area.
And then for the northerly lot, we go to slide number 2. See, for the northerly lot, there is a bay window that's next to the front porch that has a front yard setback variance. That is 7.86, whereas 8.46 meters is required. And that is a very small bump out that provides some articulation in that building. Otherwise, both buildings are very close to and farther away than the 8.46 meters that the zoning bylaw requires for lot frontage. Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, we've looked at all of the staff comments. Planning staff have no concerns or objections. Urban Forestry has 2 conditions of approval for tree permits for the city and private trees. Those are satisfactory. And Transportation has no concerns or no conditions. And the engineering conditions are satisfactory as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Seed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Frank Romano, for your elaboration. During your presentation, you mentioned like from 77% to 99%, the prevailing lot area is the same as you are proposing over here. My research shows a slightly different results out of that, but I will not go into details. Just let me know what are the adjacent properties lot size are, and we'll take it from there.
Yes, thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, I didn't say that 99 and 70 are the same as what's proposed. They're smaller than the existing site. Those are my percentages. So number 23, Wexford Boulevard, which is to the north of the subject site, 13.4 meter lot frontage, 620 square meter lot area. Number 25, Wexford, so that's 2 properties to the north, 13.7 meter frontage, 633 square meter lot area. To the south, number 17 is 15.4 meter lot frontage and 594.1 square meter lot area. Number 15 is 15.4 meter frontage and 594.1 square meters. So those are the 2 immediately adjacent to the north and south on the same side as the subject site on Wexford Boulevard. I can go on if that would help quickly go. Number 11, Wexford is 15.8 meters, 596.4. If we keep going, number 7, Wexford 13.5. Go in the other direction. We have 35 Wexford is 12 meters, 535.7. 37 Wexford is 12 meters and 471.3 square meters.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. But is there any other lot which is smaller than what you are proposing? You are proposing with the frontage. I'm talking about the frontage, 11.47 meter. Is the lots there which are of the same size or even smaller to this?
No, sir. As I indicated in my presentation, the smallest on Wexford is 12 meters, and the proposal is at 11.47. So it's about a 53 centimeter difference than the smallest lot frontage on Wexford.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the applicant, you didn't mention them. Number 22, 20, and 18, just be opposite to the property. Do you know what the frontages of those are?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. 22 is 13.2 meter frontage, 490 square meter lot area. 20 is 13.2 and 488.2. And 18 is 13.2 and 488.2 square meters.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
You're
Yes,
welcome.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. My colleague has already touched upon the question of frontage 11.47, area 545.4 meters square. That in question that I am going to raise. And also I see the variance number 3, front setback 7.86, while it is 8.46 required. My question is, sir, through the chair, front house's alignment will be disrupted by this variance 3, and it will be cutting the front view of the neighbors, and mostly which are bungalows. So 2 stories seems blocking the privacy, creating the privacy issue as well as cutting the view. How do you see this one?
Yes, thank you for that question through you, Madam Chair. If we go to slide number 2 of my presentation, we'll see that if we can blow up the front part A, that northerly lot, I have a green line that shows where that front yard setback line is. That green line is just beside the porch. That's the 7.86 meters. So we thought that that was a projection, but the zone examiner has identified that as a front yard setback. So from a planning perspective, I don't see that that interferes with any sight lines or views. You see that it is just beyond the porch. It is well set back from the side, from both side lot lines. It would be imperceptible. I know that if I make the following statement, I'll get asked if I'm modifying the application. I don't think a modification is necessary, but certainly that front yard setback variance is not critical to allowing the proper development of the subject site. If that is of concern, I can certainly remove that front yard setback variance.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. We have a speaker who is online. Can we have the... Good afternoon. Can you identify yourself and give your address, please?
My name is Barbara O'Reilly, and I am the registered owner of 17 Wexford Boulevard, the property immediately adjacent to the south of this proposed redevelopment at 21 Wexford Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Would you go ahead with your comments, please?
To reiterate the letter which I have put forth before the Committee of Adjustments, I would like to sort of digress first and mention that this neighborhood, the Wexford community, which I have been a resident of the vast majority of my entire life, including my family's, we've been raised here. We have valued the neighborhood in terms of its originality. The preservation of this neighborhood is of a lot of importance, and one of the main reasons for my purchasing the home that I'm currently in is the privacy that I've come to enjoy over the many years. As well, we are situated on a dead-end street, which has a mass reduction in traffic and allows for the enjoyment of children on the street to play, come and go. The request for this minor variance is, I question the intent behind it. We are a neighborhood that comprises predominantly bungalow-styled homes, and it's very quiet and it's a safe living community. The variances of themselves, and I'm taking all three into account, are are not minor in any regard. They are asking for, by definition, variances of 50%, which would be considered major in any regard. And I would respectfully appeal to the Committee of Adjustment to ask the owners of this proposed redevelopment to seek proper bylaw amendments as opposed to going through these minor variances that are being requested here today. As well, should this be allowed to move forward, I would like to add that where I currently reside, the privacy is going to be significantly compromised. And not only will there now be visibility to my front yard, because the house as it currently sits is set back significantly, but a two-story dwelling, which it's also unclear as to whether or not the proposed developments are for single families or whether or not they're being proposed for multifamily dwellings, rentals. That part's unclear. But also, if it is 2 stories, it is unclear to me where the windows are situated on the sides of the house, which would provide exposure to my front yard, my side yard, and my back lot, which is extremely private given the maturity of the trees that currently exist in this mature neighborhood. And it will really compromise the peaceful and unintruded enjoyment on my property. So I respectfully request that the committee not only look to having the owner go about the appropriate routes of doing an amendment to the zoning bylaws, but also consider what I've come to enjoy over the many years of living in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. To the applicant, do you have any rebuttal?
Through the chair, you may wish to ask the members if they have any questions for the neighbors, the neighbor.
Any questions for the
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for explaining us your point of view, caller. I just want to ask you a question. On the street now, is there a number of homes that are over and above bungalows?
The area as it currently exists remains predominantly bungalow-styled homes. Did that answer your question adequately?
Well, predominantly. So there are some homes, though, that are not bungalows.
That is correct. And as to whether or not, very minimally, however, at this point in time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Seed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ma'am Barbara. I have a question. You have shown your concerns for these two-story building, although there are no variances to that. But since you have, we respect that. But in your letter, please help me understand. In your letter, you are mentioning that if the owner could consider constructing a semi-detached two-story building in lieu of separate houses. Is that helpful to you, and how it is going to, I just want to have more clarity on that.
Thank you. Let me first say that I am not opposed to any redevelopment plans in principle. Just as a consideration to eliminate the vast restriction of the area I don't have any encroachment currently now, like my house is set closer to the road than the house in question. And with the two separate developments, it's going to be taking up a lot of the land. And given the height of these homes, it's going to be closer to the lot line of my home versus if a semi-detached two-story was considered, which would give additional lottage to the neighboring side, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the speaker? No? Okay. Then it's back to the applicant. Do you have any further comments?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and thank you for Ms. O'Reilly's comments. If staff can bring up my slide number 2, please, I'd appreciate it. Slide number 2 is a site plan, and it actually shows the existing dwelling on the subject site. So the existing dwelling on the subject site has a 17.7 meter to 18.24 meter front yard setback. So you're going to find it, the front wall of that building, closer to the rear wall of the proposed dwellings. So that's 17.75 meters. If you look at the rear wall of that existing dwelling, it is behind the rear wall of the proposed dwelling. So the proposal is really coming closer into compliance with the bylaw and more aligned with the neighboring buildings. Part of what occurs in that respect is all of those trees in the rear yard and along that side lot line that are between number 17, which is on the lower side of this page to the south, the subject site, are being preserved and protected. So I think that in terms of privacy, that is beneficial and helpful. In terms of side yard setback, there is no variance for side yard setback, and the buildings are shorter in length and depth than what is permitted, smaller in lot coverage, and lower in height and wall height than what is permitted. So really, the proposal does not provide any further privacy impingements than what the zoning bylaw would expect and anticipate, and certainly what neighboring houses being closer to the street and currently produce. So what I would also say is that I appreciate comments regarding a semi-detached, but a semi-detached is not a permitted building type in this zone category. It is detached residential. And in terms of the difference in lot frontage, right now, number 17 has a 15.4 meter lot frontage, and that is 7.5 meters smaller than the subject site. And that condition has existed, and it's no concerns that what is being proposed is a 3.93 meter difference in lot frontage between the subject site and number 17. So it's a smaller differential. It is, in my land use planning opinion, more in keeping with the existing character and does not produce any unacceptable adverse impacts. Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I think I'm happy to assist the panel.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions of the applicant? Nope. All right. Are we ready to go into committee? Yep. Okay. So we're now in committee. What is your thoughts on this matter?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note, in listening to all of it, that there are several properties existing from 10 to 14 to 36 to 31 to 28 Wexford that are already second-story buildings. I also find that in the applicant's information and the package we received, that while the frontage is on the shorter side, it's not completely or entirely out of the realm of what's acceptable, considering what's already happening on the street and in that neighborhood, which is a lot of variations in frontage. So I just would ask the committee to consider that.
Any other comments? No? Are we ready for a motion? Sorry. Yes, Mr. Seed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the background of that discussion, it looked like the lot front and the lot size is short, but it's the comparable shows that there is similar lots are there in this area. With that background, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of consent application subject to urban forestry condition number 1 and 2. And this motion is also for approval of the minor variance application attached to this one.
Okay.
Through the chair, for point of clarity, no conditions on the minor variance application, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion for approval of the consent and the 2 minor variance applications. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. A motion for approval for Mr. Said, a second by Mr. Stenson. All those in favor? Three in favor. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Okay, thank you very much to...
The chair, you need to indicate if the motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Okay. You've thrown me off completely now. The motion is carried. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to the other speakers. Are we ready to move on to item number 18? Item 18 is 141 BEXHILL. I see a gentleman moving down to the podium. Are you the applicant, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Yaso Somalingam. Nice to see you all after a long time.
Just hold on for a minute. Okay. This application is for 141 BEXHILL. It, again, is a consent application and variances. I note there are 11 variances in this application. The consent application is to create 2 new residential lots, each with a frontage of 7.62 meters and an area of 241.39 meters square. Committee, do you want to, especially considering that we got 11 variances, do you want to consider the consents first and then the variances, or do you want to consider them all at once?
Madam Chair, the applicant has already requested for together, so.
So your preference is that we consider the consents and the variances all together in one,
As has been,
one decision. One,
Madam
won't be
Chair,
one decision, but at the same time.
separately, as has been, it's my understanding, taking the consent separately from the variance.
Okay, so your request is that we consider the consents, and then if the consents are approved, then we consider the variances. Okay. Do I have agreement on that manner of proceeding? I'm the chair. I'll agree. We'll try to deal with the consent applications fairly quickly and then move on to the variances. Sir.
Through the chair,
that-
there is a registered speaker for this as well, a neighbor. may I suggest that you deal with, this is all one item. As I mentioned before on the previous item, you can deal with all of these together. If you wish to, when you're making motions, you can deal with them separately, but deal with them all together so you don't have to repeat for each sub-item.
Okay, committee, are we willing to take the advice of our learned staff member here?
Chair, I think it would be prudent to follow that advice. Thank you.
All right, good. Okay, so ignore that. We're going to consider the consents and the variances all as one. Let me just... Okay, so we have the agent, and I have listed two speakers in virtual, correct? Good, thank you. Okay. Sir, have I introduced this application correctly?
Through the chair, you may wish to ask the person in the audience what they're here for. Like, are they here to speak? Is there anybody in the audience who wants to speak on this application?
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? No. Okay. We have the applicant and we have two people who wish to speak on this application virtual. All right. So this application is to create two residential lots, each with a frontage of 762 square meters and an area of 241.39 meters squared. The applications, I believe both applications require 11 variances. Lot area and frontage are the standard ones, but there's variances for coverage, stories, main wall height, length, depth, side yards, and platforms, and a front porch setback. So, to the applicant, do you wish to make a presentation? And if so, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair, my name is Yaso Somalingam. I'm the authorized agent on this application. As I said, thank you for giving me this opportunity. After a long time, I'm seeing everyone in person. The reason why I had to be here is that I submitted a document on the deadline. Some or other, there's some glitch, maybe it's too much of file or something it did not reach. And then I verified whether they received it. I did not get any reply, so I thought I better come here and make sure it's here. So what we have done is that it's basically a similar application as in the same neighborhood. We are severing into 2 lots and then creating two-story house building. But due to the technical the determination of the stories, it's coming to 3 stories. So we fixed that one, and we have eliminated item number 5, 9, and 10 on each variances.
Staff, can you pull up the variances just so that we can see which ones have been eliminated?
Chair, if I can ask you through you, could you ask the speaker to make sure he's speaking into the microphone?
Oh.
No, you need to speak up.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Okay, so
just hold for a minute. Now that we've got the variances online here, so that we can see them.
Item number 5, which is permitted number of stories 2, and we are proposing for 3. So that variance is eliminated.
Okay.
And item number 9, the platform issue because of the 3rd story thing. So it's coming as a platform variance. So that item number 9 also eliminated. At item number 10, where the rear balcony coming as a 2nd floor balcony. So that also eliminated. So for each lot, item number 5, 9, and 10 eliminated. And we have revised and we sent the drawings, but anyway, I have the revised. I think the revised drawings was circulated to community, but it's not reached for the presentation here. So again, this application, it's to sever 1 lot into 2 lots. This been happening in this neighborhood very frequently, and it's very close to St. Clair Avenue, which is a very major artery street, which a high density is suggested by the planning committee. And we have been working with the planning department on this application, and we have got transportation, engineering, everyone looked at it and they have no concern and they all are okay with this. And we will be applying for urban forestry because there's 1 or 2 small trees on the neighbor's property which will be closer to this development. Other than that, I would like to mention they just opposite to this house, which is 142, which was severed into 2. Our lot is 141, and also there's another application, the similar fashion. It was approved for 148, which is about two houses next to the opposite lot. And there's lots of several comparison in the neighborhood, which I can say if you really request. But this is a standard, very standard application in the neighborhood for our 2 severance applications. And also I would like to mention the severance application also subject to minor variance application items number 2, 3, and 4. So I think we had to dealt both all together as one application.
Okay, thank you. Let me just clarify here. In the variances, your setback from the side lot line on the north side, and then on the other one, it's on the south side, is still a variance. The required lot area, your proposal is 241 versus 371. Your frontage is 7.62 versus 12. Maximum coverage, has that changed? You're asking for 41.3 versus 33%.
That stays as it is, ma'am, and that's been allowed in this neighborhood.
So you still want the 41.3%? That's
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the number of stories, you're no longer needing that. There's going to be 2 stories.
That's correct.
What about wall height? Has that changed?
No, ma'am. I had to keep that one to get this achieved.
Okay. And your building length has not changed. Your building depth has not changed. But your platforms have changed.
That's correct.
Can you explain just because platforms are long? Platforms deal with number 9, number 10, and number 11. We have 2 platforms at the rear of the house, the second story and above. Are they still there?
So 9 and 10 is eliminated. As I said, when it comes as a 3-story, that comes as a high elevated platform, even though that's in the ground floor deck.
Okay, so the only platform that is still being, well, you don't have any platforms then?
No.
You have a proposed front porch?
That's right.
Okay. All right. And I think staff have, they have. So staff have correctly identified your revisions, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, staff. Okay. So, are there any questions to the applicant? Mr. Sayed.
Just a clarification, Madam Chair, you also did confirm that, but again, by eliminating variance 5, 9, and 10, is not going to affect the variance number 4. Which is the lot coverage, 33%, you are asking for 41.3%.
So as in the neighborhood, it's been allowed up to 45%.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about what you are asking. I mean, when you eliminate these 3 variances, 5, 9, and 10, it's not going to affect this variance number 4?
No, the variance number 4 is simply the coverage. The number of stories are coming into effect because the way that been calculated in the zoning, so it's triggering into a 3-story condition. That's only happening in a few months ago. These variants are coming as a 3-story issues. So we have revised our drawings to eliminate the 3-story triggering point. So that will eliminate 2 other variants together. The platform that mean when it comes as a 3-story, the ground floor deck coming as a 2nd-story deck, and the ground floor, the entry level comes as a platform above that means comes as a second floor platform. So when we eliminate the technical heights, then that things, it's adjustment of the height. That's what we have done.
So you're saying that by eliminating the heights, you just have 2 stories, and so that when we look at coverage, we're only looking at 2 stories. The rest of the floor area, like the basement, is no longer considered part of coverage. Is that?
Yeah, coverage is a footprint
Yeah.
in the ground level. So there's no change on that. Only we change the heights, and then we got that.
And the platforms were not considered part of your coverage in any case?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Becomes a little bit more complex when all these minor changes. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Said.
Madam Chair, through you, with due respect to Mr. Solingham, would you be kind enough to repeat for my benefit to understand what is deleted and what is remaining?
Through the chair, it's on the screen. It's on the screen. The strikeouts are on the screen.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see this screen.
Okay, we'll
Maybe-
expand it.
Thank
We'll
you.
expand it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
they've increased the size. It's easier. Thank you.
It should also be on your screen. That's on your WebEx screen as well.
Okay. So we have 2 speakers as well. Are there any other questions for the agent? No? No. Okay. Can I have one of the neighbors? Do we have Milan Manojovic? Okay. Mr. Manojovic, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you give your name and
Hello.
give your name and your address, and then you have 5 minutes to comment.
Sure. Well, hello, committee and all attendees. My name is Milan Manojlovic, and I live at 142A BEXHILL Avenue, right across the street of the property in question. As it can be seen, there are 11 variances. Some have been eliminated, but still there's a lot of variances with this proposed construction. The main concern was the, item number 3, which was front footage and the height, which has been addressed that it's going to be 2 stories now, which I'm a little bit unclear, but nevertheless, the permitted minimum front footage is 12 meters, and they're asking for 7.62. That is not a minor variance from the current bylaw. That is a major variance. Also, my understanding is that these are going to be flat roof structures, and with these 3 stories, 2 stories, it seems that they're going to be higher than the regular homes in the area. Why is this being allowed? By building these homes, the current 2 east side parking spots in front of the property will be permanently eliminated, and that's going to impact the area because currently the west side, like my side of the street, has no parking enforced at all times. So this is going to change the view and the continuity of the area. I've already viewed online, and the applicant has stated there's supporting letters. You can see 6 of them, but 2 are the rental homes. 2 are the brand new homes built on 148 that the applicant has mentioned. So 150 BEXHILL does not exist. Even if you went on Google Maps, it that's in fact 148 that was split in two, which is the first two homes on a St. Clair Major Road. The 141 is 6 homes down the street, so we're not at the St. Clair anymore. And the 147 BEXHILL is currently listed on sale. So if you take in account that 5 homes that currently owners don't live in but have provided supporting letters, 2 of them being the builder who's actually the applicant. I respectfully request this committee to deny this project until the builder adjusts these variants to more reasonable, provides more reasonable variances, especially the front footage, which is, like I said, minimum required right now is 12 meters, and they're asking for 7.62. Applicant also mentioned that the 142A or B BEXHILL has been built and split. I would like the committee to know that that was a 60 lot, not a 50. So we're not talking about the similar type homes. These are completely different homes. These 2 homes look like regular homes with regular roofs. They fit in the area, and that's all I had to add at this time. I'm free to answer any questions, and thank you for your time, everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. I have a second speaker from 143 BEXHILL. Is Nadja on the line? Yes. Thank you. Would you please identify yourself and give your address and then proceed?
Sure. My name is Nadja Makota. I'm at 143 Bexhill Avenue, next door to the proposed houses. I'm just going to briefly talk about my concerns. I have a number. For one, a home being built next door. This is the second project on this street by the same builder. So the first 2 properties are almost finished, but still not. It's directly across the street, less than 150 feet from me. I also came to learn that the same builder is proposing a 3rd lot again on the same street. So that's 3 lots and 6 homes in, I don't know, in a matter of, I guess, few years. It's a concern for the whole street of Bexhill, especially this small little area. I understand there may be a demand for more housing, but there should be some sort of decency and distance to consider, like the amount, the timing, the proximity of major descriptions within the same block of one another, which takes me to the point of, like, what is the rights of everyone in this neighborhood who did not sign up for this back-to-back construction within years. I'm referring to constant traffic on the street, congested with cars, work vehicles, machines lining the small area. The road itself is currently physically ruined, where they're building one that's almost finished, and now I think it will add more obstruction. Noise pollution is obviously a threat that no one in this neighborhood had a voice in. There's also been power outages, vehicles blocking driveways, constant street closures, and there's only more to come. The nuisance are endless: noise, dust, debris in a quiet neighborhood with very little, I would say, vacant land and property. They're just doing tear downs. Another concern, which is important, is regarding the adjacent homes to the proposed plan. The neighboring existing homes are built in old neighborhood, so the probability of water damage into older home basements, and that work could possibly affect the foundation mitigation issues. Like, does the site plan specify surface grade drainage, which way will the water go? Because my property, the yard, as well as others nearby, the land is clearly sloped and uneven. You could physically see it. Is there going to be soil testing for pinning a foundation? Like, to what degree is my property going to be affected? And the safety of my roof as well, because I have solar panels, very expensive ones. Will they be affected once a 3-story, now I learned it's not, is going to be right next door? Is it going to be functional still? Is there going to be cracks to the foundation? I've heard of homes collapse in Toronto that are built too close to neighboring homes because of like poor excavated renovations or due to uneven land. And then also, of course, there's the aesthetic part of all the homes next to me where there's windows, adequate lighting will be blocked, views will be blocked, of course. Rearward and frontward, my home will be reduced for gardening purposes, entertainment, because, again, the density of the development can risk removal of mature trees that are currently shared on our property line, which provides nature, greenery, and privacy. And it's not just me. In total, there's 5 big mature trees that line this proposed property that are visible. So how will I be affected and everybody else by this? And already I know that there was a tree in the front of this property when they first took possession, and it got removed. I don't believe it was approved by the city or replaced with another tree. So again, that is a concern to me, a big one. Also, I want to know, I haven't looked really deeply into the survey plans of my property or theirs to see how close the proximity is to me and others, aligning them. Also, if there is damage to underpinnings or to the basements or cracks of other homes nearby, who will be responsible for this? Like, do we as neighbors also have a right to say what we would like in our neighborhood that we've been here for so long, that has majority bungalows, has some 2 stories, but nothing that big in a small lot right next to each other? It's just like I said, this developer, I think this is going to be the 3rd one. I've spoken to a lot of the residents on the street, and 95% of them are against it, are against these massive buildings, because these neighborhoods are old, and we like it, small homes, big properties, but that seems to be less now. And I don't know. I just feel like these newer houses can align in neighborhoods that are more newer or developing these types of homes. I don't think they fit within this small little block. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question. You live at 143 Bexhill. You talked about 2 lots that are under construction across the street from you. Do you know what the address is of those?
I believe that's the one that they just finished speaking on, the builder. It's the same builder, so I believe it's, I think it's what was 150? I can't be too sure.
Okay, so it's not directly across the street, but it's up the street from you, is it?
Yeah, so it's about I'd say 100 feet from me.
Okay, thank you. I noticed there's 2 lots across the street, 142A and 142B, which tend to lead me to believe that there's 2 new lots there. And I didn't know if those were the ones that you were talking about. Okay, so thank you very much for your comments.
Okay.
Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker, for explaining your position. Just to be clear, you are at 143 Bexhill. That's the white building?
Yes, that's right.
That building looks kind of modified to me and new, and it's 2 stories. Is that correct?
Yes. So it used to be also a 2-story prior. I think 8 years ago, it used to look like a farmhouse. So it was just kind of modified by stucco on the outside and it on the inside. It remains the same as it was for, I don't know how many years.
And I appreciate that. I just want to add a comment too. It is true about construction. There is a lot of mess and debris. And this is part of the decision-making process for the committee based on everything before us, because we're also a finite city space for people to purchase homes. And that's why I guess we have new development and things are always in change. But I do appreciate your speaking today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other comments from the panel members to the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair, again, I would like to state this. Yes, there are two houses directly opposite to being approved, or it's approved and under construction, which is 142A and 142B, which is a similar fashion as this. And also there's another application approved at 148 and 150. So that's also two severed similar kind of development, similar lots, which are going to be occupied for by the new the new family with small kids and so on. Most of the houses in this neighborhood are old and it's need redevelopment process, and during this process new lots are being created. There's lots of new houses are being built with the same lot sizes and similar kind of variances being approved, this gives a provision for new family to move in this neighborhood and then enhance the neighborhood and use the existing transportation and other facilities available in the property. Now the old houses in this neighborhood, some of those houses are connected to the sewer line, and some of these houses doesn't have a proper waterproofing or water control system, underground water control system on the old days. Now with this new system, it's being approved by the building permit process, and with under the building code requirement, we are putting a new vapor the new system around the house to collect all the water and pump it. When we collect the water on these properties, we don't just collect the water from within our property. It's collect all the waters and up to the neighbor's foundation wall as well, and properly pumped out from there. So it's reduced the water issues, then it's enhancing the water issue. Now regarding the tree issues, yes, as I identified on my presentation at the beginning, yes, there are a few trees on the neighbor's property, which will be properly handled with the urban forestry application and with the guidelines of the urban forestry. So we are okay for the conditions by the urban forestry, and I would like to grant this application as similar to the neighborhood development in that community, and this will allow for two new homeowners to move in over there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, committee, do you have any further comments at this stage? No. Okay, committee, are we ready to go into committee and debate this application? Yes? Okay, we're now in committee. Can I have your comments? Motion?
Chair, thank you. I noticed that the people we rely on heavily behind us have, in the planning department, that's what I'm saying, the urban forestry has, provided conditions if we approve this today. Other than that, there is nothing from the planning department to suggest that we shouldn't approve this. And I think of the 4 points rule, and I think of the general area and where it's at today. And I can't help but wonder if this should be approved.
Any comments? No?
So with that said, Chair, I'd like to move to approve this application with, of course, abiding by the conditions from urban forestry.
Through the chair, as amended.
As amended.
Okay, so this is approval of the consent application.
Sorry,
subject
that's,
to-
my apologies. That's for the minor variance applications.
Yes,
As
yeah,
amended.
I was just gonna-
Consent as proposed.
Approval for the consent applications as proposed. Development engineering have said the application can be satisfied through the building permit. Transportation services have no objections, and so the only condition is urban forestry condition for the consent application. All those in favor of the consent application? We're going to take the consent application.
Through the chair, you need there needs to be a seconder before you can take it to a vote on the consent application.
Okay, sorry. All right, I have a motion to approve. That motion to approve, let me just clarify, was for both the consents and the variances?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for approval for both the consents and the variances?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Okay, for both consent and variances?
Yes.
All right. So we're back into, I have a motion for approval of the consents and the variances, subject on the consent to urban forestry. There is no conditions with the variances, but it's the variances as has been modified today. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, one opposed, three in favor.
Through the chair, you're in favor?
Yes. I can always surprise people.
Chair, once the item is carried, you should indicate who opposed for the record.
Okay. It's been approved by 3 in favor and opposed by 1 member, Mr. Khan. Did not approve this application. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to the residents who spoke on this matter. We're now moving on to item number 19, 141 Kitchener. Okay, for 141 Kitchener, it is a consent application and 2 variance applications. The consent application is to create 2 lots, each having a frontage of 10.06 meters and an area of 664.44 meters squared. The existing lot frontage, I believe, is 20 meters. And the variances sorry, I don't have a listing of the variances here. Big frontage and lot area. There are 6 variances requested. 4 of them are for the lot, side yard setback, frontage, building height, and a front porch setback, and then 2 for a garden suite. Again, setback from the side lot line and relief from the angular plane requirement for the garden suite. So our application is for 2 consent applications for 2-story dwellings and on each lot to contain a 2-story garden suite for a total of 4 dwellings in total. The applicant is online. Thank you.
Evening, committee.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to try to pronounce your name again. I'll get better at it. Would you please give us your name and proceed with the presentation?
Yes, Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you.
Can we bring up the support material, please, staff? So the application proposes before you is to sever an existing property at 141 Kitchener Road. I have submitted some support material. If we could go to the next page, we'll see essentially a site plan marked up identifying the variances. I'll deal with the angular plane first and the side yard setback of the lane of, sorry, I was going to call it a laneway suite, of the garden suite first. The request for the garden suite, the reduction in the side yard setback is only for in between the two proposed garden suites. The actual exterior setback to the adjacent properties to the north and the south is 2.7 meters. So any impact from these proposed garden suites is zoning bylaw compliant to both the existing adjacent neighbors to the north and the south. The only request for the reduction of the side yard setback, as well as the angular plane, is between the two proposed garden suites, which again, if we kind of look at the standard accepted methods of planning, would be an inherent sort of condition of somebody purchasing the property. But again, it is bylaw compliant at a very generous 2.7 meters to the adjacent properties. Additionally, this is an extremely large lot at 66.04 meters, or essentially 215 feet. The rear yard setback to the adjacent properties to the east of this is 17 meters. So essentially a little bit over 55 feet. Essentially, wow, I didn't think of it before, really the permitted length of a dwelling in the city of Toronto, so at 17 meters. So that's essentially the rear yard setback to the dwellings behind this. The two dwellings that relate to the built form of the dwelling itself, the principal dwellings, again, only relate to the side yard setbacks between the two dwellings. The request for the reduction of 0.6 meters to both the dwelling as well as the porch is only for between the two dwellings. And if we could go down to the next page, please. Oh, maybe I'm out of order. I believe it's page 3 of my presentation material, staff. Yeah, there it is. Yes, correct. So here I'm just again showing where those property lines are in relation. We still do have an angular plane as it presents to between the two proposed garden suites. We just don't comply with the zoning bylaw for it. We could go to the next page, please. In terms of the main roof wall, the request for the main wall height of 7.2 meters. Yes, I believe it's page 4. Correct. The only portion of the dwelling that requests relief for that is for a small architectural feature that is outlined in green. The rest of the dwelling is zoning bylaw compliant for the main wall height. Only this, again, this architectural feature is what requests relief from the zoning bylaw for. We go to the last page. Turning to the lot frontages as well as the lot areas, I've done a couple of different graphics here. The purple graphic is essentially a kind of a narrow side yard setback that I've identified between two properties to show that that situation exists today. There already are tight side yard setbacks along Kitchener Road here. Turning to the frontage on the lot area, we don't have a request for the reduction in the lot area because these are, again, such very, very large lots in terms of depth. The appropriateness of the consent, in my opinion, comes within a couple realms of the Planning Act and how it fits within the provincial policy. We are essentially proposing to take a property that presently has one underutilized dwelling on it, sever it into the middle, create two lots at 10.06 meters, put two units in the principal dwellings of each, as well as a garden suite. So essentially, we're adding 5 additional units to this property. The appropriateness, again, comes back, in my opinion, to the variances that are requested before you today. Again, we are adding 6 units to this property all by way of really just requesting an interior side yard reduction for the dwelling itself. Turning to the frontages on the street, there really is no consistent street frontage, as we can see here. We would be, again, below the 12 meters, but again, the idea of compatibility does not relate back to replicating what is within a neighborhood. It comes back to respecting and reinforcing what's there. And we see from the outlines of the buildings that are along this portion of Kitchener, we see buildings that would mimic the fronting massing of what is proposed before you today. We don't need to fit every frontage that's there. We simply need to respect and reinforce what is there. As we see from the lack of comments from planning, also a lack of any type of communication from the neighbor to the north or to the south. That, in my opinion, is really an indication of the lack of an impact of what is being proposed before you today. Lastly, I don't often do this, as Madam Chair would probably know from my presentations. I did include a decision of 94 Kitchener, which was before the committee within the November hearing, which essentially mimicked the variance for lot frontage that was before you today that was approved. But what I would say is that was a shallower lot. So it had additional variances that related to building length, as well as other setbacks and height variances. In this instance, we're able to accommodate essentially 3 units on each lot, with the only built form request being before you is the reduction in that side yard setback to 0.6 meters. I can see the clock isn't moving.
Yes.
I can keep talking if you wish, Mrs. Chair.
No, I think your time is up. Can you wrap it up in the next 30 seconds?
Yeah, again, taking into account the policy mandates of the PPS, as well as the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, we have transit located just to the north of this. This is an ideal location to take a 20-meter or a 60-foot lot and transform this into a property that is able to house additional families, and again, at a market-based cost that would permit somebody to purchase a dwelling.
Okay, I think your 30 seconds is up, sir. We granted you a little bit of extra. We didn't expect an entire speech. So we're going to stop it there. I have a question for you before I turn it over to the other committee members. You talked about adding 6 units to this lot. Would you just explain how you got 6 out of that?
Yeah, each severed portion would have a accessory apartment in the basement, a main dwelling up above, and a proposed garden suite.
Okay, so three dwelling units on, or 3, yeah, I guess we'd still call them dwelling units, 3 dwelling units on each lot.
Correct.
For a total
Correct.
of 6. And at the moment, there is 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Panel members, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm asking this question. Lot area, what is the allowable lot area?
The permitted lot area, sorry, the required lot area is, just bear with me through you, Madam Chair. We don't have a variance for it because of the depth of the lot itself, but the required lot area would be 464 square meters, and we are 664 square meters.
400 how much?
464 is what is required, and we are at 664. So we are essentially in excess by almost exactly 200 square meters.
So that's 664 square meters per lot that you're looking.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Each lot is in excess of 200 square meters. And I think that goes back to, and that speaks to the appropriateness of an intensification like this, where we have such large lots that are able to accommodate this really with such minimal variances, in my opinion.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Mr. Han, have you asked all your questions, or do you have any others? Okay. Mr. C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The speaker tried to elaborate on one of the variants, which is variance number 5 and 6, and that is 45-degree angular plane. I could not get the clarity on that when the speaker was saying that it is only the interior, it's only impacting the interior of the two garden suites. So would he further elaborate on that, and what is the overall impact of this variance?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, if we could have staff bring up my presentation material. I believe it is on page, we could start on page 2. So if we zoom in on the garden suites at the back, we would see two things. The exterior side yards to the existing properties to the north and the south are both 2.7 meters, which is zoning bylaw compliant. Through you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Saeed, the request for the reduction in the side yard is between the two new proposed garden suites. It doesn't affect the exterior existing neighbors to the north or the south. Also, the angular plane requirement is only in between the two new garden suites that are being proposed. If we go to, I believe, the next page, yes, we are proposing an angular plane, to soften it, but it is not in full compliance of the zoning bylaw. Through you again, Madam Chair, Mr. Saeed, if we took that flat roof and extended it, we would still have the same variance that is before you today. But again, it would then have the appearance of that flat roof. Trying to mitigate and soften the impact of it, we still put an angular plane in. We just don't comply with the full height of that angular plane. I hope I answered that.
Correct. I am getting to your point. Yeah. So it's the interior impact only. It's not calculated. This 45 degrees not calculated from the property line, right? It's between the two garden suites only.
It's correct. It's from the required side yard setback.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have another question. What is the depth from the proposed garden suite to the rear lot line? I can probably see it, but...
17.03 meters.
Pardon?
17.03 meters.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, Madam Chair, if we think of what's permitted for the maximum building length for a dwelling, it's 17 meters. So it's essentially the setback would be your typical new house.
Okay. And just because we're talking about the rear yard here, what is the required setback to the garden suite?
In this case, Madam Chair, we wouldn't be able to achieve that because of the travel distance that's required. But the setback from and Madam Chair, I was just doing this on something else earlier today. If you bear with me for 1 sec. It is 4 meters. The rear yard setback is 1.5 meters plus half the height of the proposed garden suite. So in this case, it would be 4.5 meters.
Okay.
Because we have a height of 6 meters, we take half of that at 3 and add 1.5.
Okay, so to clarify, the rear yard to the garden suite, the requirement is 4.5 meters, but I'm gathering that that is not satisfactory because that garden suite then is too far from the front lot line. Is that correct?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so you can't put the garden suite way at the very back because there's a concern about where it is and the concern about access for emergency vehicles, correct?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, and that's why we're very concerned about the side yard setbacks because we've got to have emergency vehicles or emergency personnel get to the garden suite if it's approved.
Correct, be able to access it.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Seed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a short question about the lot sizes, part 1, part 2. They are not identical. I mean, there is a minor difference in that. I'm just curious. Is it correct, like the lot areas, or what was the technical reason?
The southern portion is not quite as the depth isn't quite the same as on the south as it is on the north. It's just a small change.
Yeah, just okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? No. Okay, I have two people in the audience. Would you, I'm assuming you're on this item. It's our last item, so smart idea. Eh? Would you please come down? Both of you can come down. You may want to, okay. Okay. Yeah. I have no one on the phone. No virtual. Thank you. Okay, sir, would you give us your name, your address, and then you have 5 minutes to tell us your concerns.
Okay, can I have a question, because the copies that came to me are kind of faded, and
Yep.
I'm having a hard time understanding. You answered two of the questions, but one question is the front. Can you bring back that?
Okay, can staff bring up the plan showing, you want to see the proposed lot plan?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's,
Is it this one that shows the frontage of the lots, or are you looking for?
I'm
where
looking for
buildings are?
the duplexes. The duplex.
Okay.
The front two duplexes. It looks like they have a underground garage. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like, okay, that would be
Oh, that's
good.
the lot plan, but go back to
Yeah.
that other plan. I think that's what we're looking at.
It's just at the garage and the walkway.
Yes?
It looks like there's the stairs. That's what I'm guessing. From the driveway up to the walkway. Is that correct?
We would have to ask the applicant to clarify. But you ask your questions, and then the applicant has an opportunity to
Okay.
come back.
Through the chair, for the record, you may wish to ask the person's name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, I
Okay, I didn't give the address. That's 24 Marlena Drive. It's one of the houses behind.
can I have your name again?
Paul Bosley, or Bosley, whatever you want to spell it. Same spelling.
Mr. Bosley, and you're at, what's the address?
24 Marlena.
Thank you. And 24 Marlena is directly behind these.
I guess it's probably 2 meters of it.
Okay.
But
All right.
in facts.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, it was the stairwell. The walkway is 0.6. Well, that's just the street is Kitchener, which is mainly single, it's all single dwellings on large lots on this side of the street. At 75, it was severed and put 2 detached homes on it. Down at 75, they just put 2, and it's under construction now.
Yep.
Now, this one here is going for 2 duplexes and 2 suites. To me, it would originally probably be called a granny suite, but now it's called a garden suite, which I would call a student suites. The laneway is 0.6, which is quite narrow for the fire department to access, and the ambulances to get back to the house. So I figure it's a stairway by the drawing, and anybody with a wheelchair or scooter is going to have a hard time getting over and out the walkway. Now we have 6 suites proposed on this property. Have they asked for variance on parking? Have they asked the fire department for our service complete and civil? The impact. Just last month, we had a severe fire on Kitchener, and the 2 aerials were having a hard time putting out the fire. I don't see the aerials would have a great problem fighting this fire. It will still be a 40-foot ladder going into the backyard and hoses. That's my fault. So there's just the parking, fire department, and the civil are be able to handle the waste. So to me, this is being built as a student housing with, and of course, student housing you're going to get. If it's a four suites, you're going to have 2 times the number of bedrooms. That's the number of students you're going to have in the student suites. And the parking, I only can see 4 parking spots. And then, of course, the garbage bins, or the recycle bins, they need a corral to store them. I don't see that on the architect's drawings. And if you're going to carry the garbage bin all the way from the back over the stairs to the front and park them on the street, it's going to be covering all the driveways. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Just stay here for a minute. Are there any questions for the speaker? Mr. Sade, Mr. No? No, we have no questions for you. Thank you very much. Okay, to the applicant, you have 5 minutes to rebut.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief, Madam Chair. If we could just slightly move this screen a little bit, just to indicate, correct. What we have here is just to address a couple of Mr. Bosley's points. We see 125.35 and then 125.42. That's indicating the positive slope from the property line to the driveway. Again, showing that it is not a reverse slope driveway. It is a positive slope as it comes from the property line to the garage door sill. The next point is, in terms of the parking, we can see here we have an 11.93 meter front yard setback with an integral garage also, essentially leading to 3 functional cars could park here if they wanted. Again, not even taking into account the city boulevard area outside of that 11.93 meters. Lastly, if we could just go up to show the exterior side yard of 1.2, please, staff. Perfect, thank you so much. So what we see here is that exterior side yard setback is 1.2 meters. I can see the question Mr. Bosley had. Those lines are simply to identify the different landscaped areas and how they relate to the zoning bylaw. So what we have is a series of polygons. Like, for example, we see where it would say walkway or stairs. There are no stairs within that fire access route at 1.2 meters. In fact, you actually can't, it has to be unobstructed with anything there. So there are not any stairs proposed or any obstructions along that 1.2 meter continuous fire access. Those lines, again, are just denoting different polygons and how those polygons relate to the different calculations that come into the landscape calculations. I think that was all Mr. Bosley spoke of. Again, in terms of fire access, this will go through a building permit process that would deal with the fire department access through that. If anything was flagged on the OBC review, it would have to be altered.
I'm sorry, sir, you can't address anything more. Just sit down and listen.
I think that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, committee members, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the information from both participants. It's been very useful. It's interesting to me that as communities change and we see time pass, it's sometimes a challenge to watch our own neighborhoods change. And yet at the same time, I can also see the development of building new homes as something that this city's currently promoting for obvious reasons. There is one question I have, and unless I'm making a mistake reading this, it talks to a written correspondence and refers to Councillor Ainsley's office, making a quote from the report for action from the Community Planning Department from 2019, I believe. In that reference, it talks about, from community planning's point of view, that this doesn't fit within this neighborhood. I'm maybe looking for assistance from my own committee members or the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, but what play does that have in this?
Through the chair, that was, it appears that there was previous applications that were submitted and considered by committee at the time in 2019. The committee refused those applications. There is, and you have the current applications before you.
Okay, I'm going to add to that, at one time, the Community Planning Department was providing us with better information, or more information, won't necessarily call it better, more information that gave us information about the lot frontage on the street, and where there was the pattern of lot frontages, say there's 5 or 7 lots, all with 20 meters of frontage, and there's an application for one in between. The community planning would recommend against that because it disrupts the pattern of the development on the street. That providing us with information is, I guess, due to lack of resources, not being carried out as much. And so we don't have that information. But certainly, when I'm looking at that, I did notice that, and I counted because the applicant was able to provide us with the map. And you look at the map, and yeah, there's 5 lots, all with 20 meters of frontage on the one side. On the other side of the road, they're 15 meters frontage. So the question that I ask myself is this appropriate that in the midst of all these lots, should we assume that 10-meter frontages are the lots, and what is the impact of those on the other lots in the area? So that's where I'm coming from. I think that answers your question.
Madam Chair, are you guys in committee, or are you in committee? 'Cause I could add something to Mr. Stinson's comment that might be helpful.
No, we're not in committee yet. I haven't announced that we're in committee. These are questions of discussion still.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, I didn't bring this up through my presentation. I had a conversation actually yesterday with Andrew Castaneda, who is the community planner for here. I could read you the email he sent me if it would be helpful, but the gist of it was they are 100% okay with this application. They basically said, again, he wanted to say, I want to start by saying in principle, I like the idea of this application. It's one of the more ambitious garden suite applications we've seen, but it's smart intensification and it's playing by the rules for the most part. I could keep going on, but we actually had a very lengthy conversation yesterday indicating, again, I never want to say planning is in support unless they're going to write me a support letter, but he definitely did not have an issue with this application and quite liked the design as well as the idea of the garden suite on this lot.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think as a committee, we would appreciate more of those comments if the planning staff were so inclined. But I gather from lack of resources, they're not doing that as much as what was initially done. And so we're sitting here. Unfortunately, we don't have that comment, and we're being asked to consider this application on the merits that we have in front of us. So, do I have any other comments? No? Mr. Said?
Madam Chair, if we can confirm from the applicant about the conditions which are from the Heritage Preservation Services.
Oh.
I see there are a list of conditions there, and those are very important. So if the applicant is aware of that, especially the heritage conditions.
Okay.
Through you.
Go ahead.
No, through you, Matt. I am aware of it, Mr. Said, yes.
This is for an archaeological survey? Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, are we ready to take this into committee? Okay, we're now in committee. No more questions to the applicant. So, what are your comments?
Madam Chair, to me, the lot sizes or the frontage, I think these are appropriate. Of course, lot area is not an issue. It's only the frontage which was a little bit deficient, but still comparable and compatible. So the consent application for that, I'm okay with that as far as the minor variance application. So I think these are appropriate.
Okay.
Chair, I concur with Member Said, and while change is challenging, we're in a situation in the city where housing is required, so I will second the motion.
Through the chair, I think for clarity, I think a member needs to put a motion in, and the recommended conditions are from Transportation Services, Urban Forestry, and Heritage Preservation Services.
Okay. We're still in discussion before we get to the motion. Any further comments? No? All right. Mr. Said, did you want to put forward a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of consent application, item 19. And this is subject to conditions of transportation, urban forestry condition number 2 and condition number 3, as well as the heritage preservation services condition. And also this is the approval of the minor variance application attached to this application.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I second.
Okay. And this is the consent application. Do you want to consider
Both the consent and variance application is the one motion for approval of minor variance as well as the consent application.
Okay. In agreement, and that's subject to the conditions that we've already listed. Okay. I have a motion for approval of the consent application and the 2 variance applications subject to conditions. Approval by motion by Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? Oh dear. All those opposed? I cannot vote because I would create a tie. So we have 2 in approval and 1 recommending refusal of the consent and variances. And the chair in this position cannot vote because I would create a tie, which would create a negative vote overall.
So through the chair, the motion has carried.
Motion has carried. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, residents. Thank you to the applicant. That concludes our meeting for today. I believe our next meeting is in January. Okay, thank you to the staff. And I wish all of you a happy holiday between now and sometime in the middle of January. And hopefully we don't get any more snow. Okay, thank you.
Can you do a motion, through the chair, can you do a motion to adjourn?
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. Khan. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Sayed. Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor.